I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to think about the answer. What do the San Francisco 49ers, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Detroit Lions all have in common? San Francisco, Jacksonville, and Detroit. Kang, you got any guesses?
So it's going to be more. It's going to be a little deeper than they're all teams in the NFL, right?
Right, of course,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Just making sure.
No, it's a good thing. I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, just checking that box.
Yep.
What all three teams have in common? They have the same amount of players on IR.
That is incorrect. And it's actually, I will tell you now, it's changed since this morning.
Odds to win the Super Bowl.
That is correct.
All right. Those things are ever changing. That's why.
That's right.
switched them.
The Lions and Jacksonville are plus 2,000 to win the Super Bowl. San Francisco is now plus 2,200 to win the Super Bowl. So, for what it's worth, if you think the Lions are going to beat the Rams on Sunday, that plus 2,000 might be attractive right now. Because what do you think that number will be if they beat the Rams? I mean, it probably won't jump up to like plus 200, but it'll go up. I think it'll go up a sizable amount. Plus 2,000 means, by the way, if you bet $100 and they win the Super Bowl, you win 2,000. So if they beat the Rams, I suspect they'll be closer to plus 1,200. So bet $100, win 1,200. Don't be considered nearly the long shot they are right now. So anyway, just take that for what it's worth. I occasionally give food takes on the air. I understand that they are not popular. I understand that you're going to point and laugh. But I'm going to give another food take. Yesterday was National Brownie Day. National Brownie Day. And the best brownie I've ever had, my daughter makes it. It is like a brownie base. Then she melts candy canes and spreads like the pink goo on top of the brownie base and then puts some frosting on top. And I would argue, well, I will tell you it's the best brownie I've ever had. And I will put it up against anyone's brownie. But it is outstanding. I did find a list of the most searched brownies by state. Most searched brownies by state. Some of these I have never heard of. And no, none of these are pot brownies, just to get that clarification out of the way.
Yeah, that's only legal in certain states.
Yeah. Some of these I've never heard of. But I'll give you an example. The most searched brownie in the state of Michigan is Brownie Bites. Now, those are like store-bought things, right? I mean, I guess you can make them yourself.
Are those the ones that you put in kids' lunches?
Yeah, I think so. And Brownie Bites are the most searched brownie in the state of Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, Minnesota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Kansas.
Aren't Brownie Bites just brownies cut up smaller?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. To me, I don't know why they would
It's not
be.
like a special recipe for
this, according
bites,
to
is there?
Maptitude. Maptitude says the most searched brownie by state in the state of Michigan is Brownie Bites. Give me a state, though, Kang, and I'll tell you what it is.
New Mexico.
New Mexico. The most searched brownie in New Mexico is fudge brownies.
Not meth brownies?
No, not meth brownies.
It's Breaking Bad reference. You watched one or two episodes?
Yeah, I've watched just like 2.5 seasons before I pulled the plug.
Nice.
Yeah. Some interesting ones here. And these apparently qualify. Nevada and Wyoming and South Carolina, the most searched brownie is Blondies. Aren't Blondies basically like chocolate chip cookies in brownie form? Am I wrong on that? I could be.
I don't know. Gator has a bigger sweet tooth than I do.
Oh, that's true. Some other interesting ones. Completely unaware of the following. Florida, Texas, Arizona, Colorado, Washington, New York, Massachusetts, and a couple others. The most searched brownie is the avocado brownie.
That sounds like your kind of brownie.
It does, and it sounds disgusting to me.
I'm glad you said that.
Has anybody ever have you heard of an avocado brownie?
I have not. The texture would, it would make for a brownie because it's just smooth in texture, right?
Yeah.
But there is avocado ice cream that people I know enjoy, so maybe there's something to this. I've never had one. It doesn't sound appealing to me.
No.
Is it green at all? Or is it the chocolate take over the color?
I guess I'd have to Google search it. In the map, they make it look green.
Isn't this like chocolate guac?
I don't know, dude. I Google search avocado brownies. They come up and they look like chocolate brownies. I mean, that sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Do they call it chocomole?
They do not. Some other interesting ones here. Again, that I'm not familiar with. North Carolina, Missouri, and Wisconsin. The salted caramel brownie sounds outstanding.
That sounds good, and that is good.
Yep. There's one state that the number one brownie is the walnut brownie. Gang, do you care to guess which state the only state, the number one search brownie is the walnut brownie?
Vermont.
It is not Vermont. It is Kentucky. Pumpkin brownies. Never heard of pumpkin brownies?
Sounds like you're a big pumpkin fan, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. That's intriguing to me a little bit. And then the state of Oregon, the number one search brownie is gluten-free brownies.
Oh, that's terrible. What are they doing? That can't be.
It's a real thing. 2 states, it looks like Rhode Island. Maybe it's just Rhode Island. The number one search brownie is the cheesecake brownie. That sounds like it might be good. I got to give some of these ideas. The Michigan football team has a team baker. It's Jair Hill, whose nickname is Shug. He's the one that made the whole team cheesecake cones. So like a sugar cone, ice cream cone filled with cheesecake. It's a pretty clever idea.
Is that short for sugar or is that Suge Knight?
So I think it's Sugar Hill, like is in Sugar Hill Gang. I think the old record label. So he's Jair Sugar Hill.
By the way, speaking of Big Ten, can we kick Oregon out of the Big Ten for that gluten-free brownie?
For the gluten-free take, yeah. I mean, I'm over here, Yeah,
you're usually like
even I am like
zero sugar
really?
guy or whatever.
Yeah, but not in this case. 2 states, Maine and Montana, the most searched brownie are vegan brownies, which probably does not a whole lot for very many people. Mint brownies. You ever heard of mint brownies?
Isn't that kind of what your daughter just makes?
Sort of.
With a candy cane? See, I'm not a mint chocolate guy, so
Does that
I wouldn't like.
you wouldn't try the candy cane brownie?
It's not repulsive to me, but it's just not up my alley, you know.
Okay.
I like the pure just chocolate or maybe some peanut butter, something sweeter.
Yeah, Utah is big on the mint brownie. So most searched brownie by state.
Also, this of note, the most searched brownie by John Jansen's bacon brownie. I just looked that up.
If anybody can find a way to incorporate bacon into a brownie, it would be John Jansen. It would be the most on-brand thing ever. So anyway, I will put the candy cane brownie up against any brownie. It is. My daughter made an entire tray for Thanksgiving, and most of the tray, there were quite a few leftovers, and I have been annihilating them ever since. Can't help it. They're a weakness. All right, 248-539-9797. Apparently, Scott Boras is up to it again. And it is, I think, one of the most irritating things I can remember is a agent toying with people's emotions, going all Dr. Seuss limericky, and he's up to it again. We'll play some of that for you next hour. Also, a local reporter saying that the Tigers have interest in a certain free agent that I think could make a lot of sense. We'll get to that coming up next hour as well. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today. He will be back tomorrow. We'll take your phone calls and feedback if you want to mix them in. The best of what Dan Campbell had to tell the morning show coming up today at 1:30. So stick with us for that. We'll mix in more of the Anthony Davis calls if you want to get why are the Pistons associated with him. Makes no sense. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Lions are getting ready for a West Coast trip to face the Rams this Sunday. Jared Goff spoke with 97.1 The Ticket this morning and discussed the scouting report for his former franchise.
They're a great team. They really are. They're really well coached. They got great players all over the place. I think their defense is. We played them week 1 last year, and their defense is much improved since then. And better players, better coaching, the whole thing. It's really they're a good team, and there's a reason their record is the way it is, and they're playing the way they are. It's a good measuring stick for us. If we are who we say we are, we go in there and play well, and hope to come out with W's.
Kickoff on Sunday is set for 4:25 in L.A. Evan Petzold of the Free Press says the Tigers might be interested in Ha-Sung Kim this offseason. Kim had a .649 OPS in 48 games between the Rays and Braves last year. And Scott Boras spoke to the media today at the MLB winter meetings. If you thought we were done with Boras reciting limericks and puns, think again. He said today, quote, Skubal is metrically dominant, both in advanced and traditional measures. He's truly a saber-proof Tiger, referring to baseball's popular sabermetrics. He continued, quote, if you want to look at the tail of the Tiger, without Scoobs, they're a mystery machine, unquote. Scott Harris said last night that no players are untouchable, including Skubal, when it comes to trade talks. Michigan basketball is back tonight as well. The second-ranked Wolverines take on the Wildcats of Villanova. That's at 6:30 from the Chrysler Center in Ann Arbor. Michigan looks to move to 9-0 this year. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I don't find what Scott Boras is doing to be cute at all. I don't find it to be funny, especially when we're sitting here as a fan base that is certainly skeptical that he's going to advise his client to sign here. If I were represented by someone that was going to speak publicly, I would not want him doing this BS. What you just heard there during the update, his little play on words, Skubal is metrically dominant both in advanced and traditional measures. He's truly a saber-proof Tiger, S-A-B-R, one of the metrics, saber-proof Tiger, one of the metric ratings. Then he does a Scooby-Doo reference in the vehicle from the old cartoon that the dog Scooby-Doo and the gang used to drive around in, called the Mystery Machine. If you want to look at the tail of the Tiger without Scoobs, they're a mystery machine. Shut up. I think this is embarrassing. I think it's toying with fans' emotions. I usually don't take this stuff so seriously, honestly, because it's for the most part irrelevant. I will just say that if that were somebody representing me in some sort of negotiation publicly, I would not want him doing that. Publicly, I wouldn't want him saying much at all, and I'd want him to be vague as hell. But at the end of the day, I can't stand this stuff. This person would not represent me publicly. And it doesn't make me any better or worse than anybody else. I just don't think it's the kind of thing that he should be joking around about. Now, he's doing it for other players and other that he represents. So, I mean, Ranger Suarez, he said something about the team that gets him will be Rangerous. Hysterical play on words. There are fan bases that are emotionally tied to these players that want to see them come back. Your little limericks and jokes don't go over real well. And I mean, Skubal, I suppose, could shut it down. Now, there was this. Cody Stavenhagen, I got the quotes, covers the Tigers for The Athletic. He had the quotes about the saber-proof Tiger and the Mystery Machine. He also said this, Scott Boras on whether spring or opening day could be a cutoff for any Tarik Skubal extension talks. Quote, we've always been a listener. That's always been our attitude. At this point, my main instructions are to listen to anything they have to say. Well, that's great. But I find these things to be so distasteful. Under what is, if we're going to try to understand, Skubal has every right to seek the biggest contract he can possibly find. So, I'm not mad at him for that by any stretch of the imagination. And I'm not even mad at him for signing Scott Boras. And I'm not even mad at him for really Boras doing this stuff. But it starts to, like, if he signs elsewhere after next year and, he gets to free agency and he goes and signs a massive contract with the Mets, I don't know, man. It doesn't feel like it engenders any understanding on the behalf of the fan base that you are leaving. Whatever. Irritated. With that said, interesting ESPN Insider report that the Pistons are amongst the teams that could be a suitor for Anthony Davis of the Dallas Mavericks. We have one caller that said they understood it, because that person thinks that Anthony Davis can take this team over the top of the East and make them a true championship contender. He also said, as opposed to being irrelevant, I do not think they are trending towards being irrelevant. Now, we can't be fooled, right? Like, okay, let's look at this. We've gone through this before. Best record in the conference. Tigers had the best record in the American League for much of the baseball season. In the end, they weren't the best team in the American League. This Piston team, right now, best record in the Eastern Conference. Can you make a case that they are going to have the same fate that was awaiting the Tigers? Sort of. I mean, I'm not even sure they can prove anything in the regular season. Pistons, okay, what team could they go beat that would make you go, okay, they're a true contender? Or that would convince you that authenticate your feelings that they are a true contender? That only team, to me, is Oklahoma City. And the problem is, no matter what happens between now and then, I shouldn't say no matter what happens, but it's most likely that game, the first time they play, which is in late February, unfortunately, then they don't play again till late March, it'll probably mean more to Detroit than it means to Oklahoma City. And what I mean by that is Oklahoma City likely isn't thinking, hey, this is a measuring stick game for us. The Pistons will probably be thinking it's a measuring stick game for them. So, if you think the Pistons are just like the Tigers, in that you don't think they're really the best team in the game, I mean, I'm not even sure that makes you want to trade for Anthony Davis, the often injured Anthony Davis, whose stories and injuries have been well documented. And look, there are other players that are injury prone that I'm okay with taking chances on. Not one that takes up $58 million of cap space next year, and not one that you would have to send that much capital the other direction to go get, right?
Yeah, this isn't like a free player that's out there. You're going to give up a lot financially, like you mentioned, and also in the form of assets. You're going to give up a lot of your young players because this team is already young. Maybe some of these guys are possible core guys moving forward that you're going to move to get a guy who's going to be 33 before the year's over, and he's going to be probably injured again at some point during this year because that's what his resume has shown us. Now, when healthy, when he was in his prime, there is no doubt Anthony Davis is a stud. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about that. But you can't just look at it like that. You got to look at all that comes with it and what you're giving up. And to me, it's just completely not worth it, especially when you have the number one seed right now. I would go elsewhere if you're looking for a big splash. Trajan Langdon doesn't seem like he's a big splash kind of guy to me, but if he were to make a big splash, Anthony Davis is not the name I want.
Well, it would appease the group that wants to make Detroit teams to make a big splash. Those that have been yelling and screaming about the Red Wings /Tigers /Lions. Well, here's a big splash. Here's a big name. But this falls into the strong pass category for me.
Yeah, it just reeks of Blake Griffin all over again.
And you know what it reeks of? It reeks of something started on the other side. I, for the most part, don't believe this to be true. I think the people that are running the Pistons are really, really smart. And I don't know under any argument that this would be a risk worth taking. I mean, I guess the only thing that could happen is you could trade for him and he'd help lead you to an NBA championship and then people would be sold, which is the ultimate goal. But unless he were to do that, because right now, like I saw one text that said, no matter what you believe, they're not a championship contender this season. That's fine. They're set up to be around for a long time. Why mortgage any part of the future for this kind of gamble? Okay, they don't win the NBA championship this season. They're just getting started. Their core is so young. And if you can keep this group together and then make some smart moves, additions, the one thing that they might be able to take advantage of that hasn't been the case in forever is that in Detroit, we may have a team that others want to play for. We may have a team that free agents aren't afraid to sign with. We may have a team that players may waive their no trade clause to come play for Detroit. That's new. And that's something that you don't have to be. You know what? Anthony Davis would be a move that's made by a desperate team that can't get anybody else. That's not us anymore. They can get others. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1. Tuesdays are a little different at Twin Peaks, and it's something you're definitely going to want to see. Introducing Tacos and Tequila Tuesdays. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls are dressed to impress in their finest Western wear. Two-step your way over to your favorite lodge and take advantage of the awesome deals like 20% off all tacos in select apps, $5 tall Twin Peaks light drafts, and $3 shots of Cuervo. Not to mention, they also have Ladies' Day specials for all our female sports fans out there, like 20% off all food and awesome drinks, like $5 lemon drop martinis and half off glasses of wine. See, Twin Peaks does it differently than most. You're not just eating out, you're having a wonderful experience. Not only do they offer up amazing specials every day, they double down on service to ensure you're seeing that value. With how expensive the holidays can be, they'll help lighten the load when you are eating out. Don't forget about gift cards, the perfect stocking stuffers for all your sports fans. And you can even get a bonus for every $25 that you spend. Come see the difference today at your favorite lodge. It is Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Andrew. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Andrew?
I'm doing great, Doug. It's finally nice to talk to you. I'm a lifelong listener, first-time caller.
Well, thank you very much.
First-time caller.
Appreciate it.
But I had to call in and talk about the Pistons because throughout every day I listen to you and Gator from the time you're on. I don't hear you guys talk about them as much as I wish, and obviously they're finally great now, and it's great to hear the talk. But to hear you guys talk about Kendrick Perkins' loudmouth, frickin' Anthony Davis trade, I can't tolerate it. And also, who's on with you? Is it Rieger?
Kang?
Okay, Kang. All right, Kang, I will not respect the Blake Griffin disrespect at all. He was one of my favorite players growing up. And when we traded for him, it was the happiest I ever was because I watched years of just bad basketball. Like, I'm a diehard Pistons fan. And when they traded for Blake, oh, man, he was a different player. He wasn't athletic. He wasn't at Lob City, but he turned into one of these awesome offensive players. And you got to give him some credit. He had a 50-point game with us. Like, come on, man. Like, I know we didn't have much around him at the time, but, like, he gave everything. Do you remember what happened to his knee? He gave it all for us. Like, I can't stand what happened to Blake with the Pistons because I felt like they ruined one of my favorite players. Like, and it wasn't just the Pistons' fault. Like, he wanted to play too on that knee. But I mean, if the Pistons traded for Anthony Davis in all caps, I would be devastated. Like, devastated. He's not the same player. He's
hold on, Andrew. Neither was Blake Griffin when he got to Detroit.
Yeah, but come on. Do you really think that Anthony Davis would improve the first overall, and let me say, number 1 seeded Detroit Pistons? Come on. Like, come on. Why are we trading for Anthony Davis?
So, first of all, I didn't know Kendrick Perkins said anything. Secondly, we're going off a Shams Charania story where he's including the Pistons. Look, do I believe it's true? I don't. I don't believe it's true. And I think it's coming from sources outside of Detroit. Det313 on Twitch made a great point. I think this is all from the Mavs. They listed 3 young teams doing well. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's either the Mavs or the agent. The agent's asking Anthony where he wants to play, and he's like, I want to get out of the West. I want to go to the East. These are 3 young teams. I think I can go be a difference maker. All that. Start thinking about where it's coming from. Mavs trying to get rid of him and trying to raid 3 young rosters, or Davis's agent wanting to get out of the West and go play for 3 young teams in the East. That's where I think this is coming from.
Yeah, just Trajan. This doesn't smell like a Trajan Langdon move to me. I know he's only been here a very short time, but I think they want to do things more measured than that and more responsible than that. This seems like a very irresponsible trade. And sorry, Andrew, there was no disrespect meant towards Blake Griffin. Me, you, and Gator are actually so excited about the Blake Griffin signing or trade that we went to the first game at the Palace, and that place was rocking.
Was it the Palace or was LCA?
Oh, LCA, I'm sorry, yes. And so no disrespect was meant. And Blake Griffin did give it his all. Like, he came here with one leg, and he played with one leg.
But that's the point, right? That's what Anthony Davis is in his
career. But the comp was the fact that it was like to make a move for an older, injured former superstar. I don't want that again. And as much as Blake Griffin gave his all here, and maybe Anthony Davis would do the same, I'm not trying to set this franchise backwards. And I think that's what that would do.
Well, I don't need to hit the fast forward button on the development. Right? Like, if you have a trade that makes sense that puts you over the top, that's fine. This isn't the end of the window, isn't closing. It's just opening for the Pistons. So this would feel a little bit more like a move out of sheer desperation. Apparently it is official. According to Adam Schefter, 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, who's not played in the NFL since the 2020 COVID season, is signing with the Indianapolis Colts practice squad.
I can't believe this is happening.
I can't either.
He's going to play quarterback for the Colts at some point this year. They're getting him ready.
They're getting him ready to replace Riley Leonard. Phillip Rivers has a daughter that's 2 months and 7 days older than Riley Leonard. The quarterback that they're preparing to play Sunday could be Phillip Rivers' son. Or his son-in-law.
Did Rivers get there on one of those electric scooters or something? Like, I feel bad for him. If he gets hit,
Dude.
Which he's going to get hit at some point. But if he gets hit like badly, like a blindside sack, I don't know if he's going to get up.
Right?
Does he have one of those alerts?
What is it?
Let me have fallen. He pushes the button. The training staff comes out.
Honestly, you start thinking about this. What is the problem? Why are they signing a 44-year-old coach? Because too many players get hurt. So what are we going to do? We're going to sign a player that is more prone to injury than maybe any other player in the league. Quarterbacks get hit, man.
I don't know what kind of shape he's in, but he hasn't played since 2020. He's 44 years old. This is complete desperation. I know he's got history with the coaching staff, but
it is complete desperation. All right, do we have the Boris sound?
You sound excited.
Is this him talking about Skubal, or is it just all of
Yeah,
them?
it's Skubal.
All right,
This is all Skubal stuff.
Here's the agent talking about Tarek Skubal.
We have more.
Sabermetrics. He's a saber-proof tiger. See what he did there? He's so clever, that Scott Boras. There's more? All right. In reference to the Scooby-Doo cartoon, where Scooby and Shaggy and Fred, Daphne, and Velma drove around our community solving mysteries in a van called the Mystery Machine, Scoob's Mystery Machine. My God, Boris is clever. You know, I recant everything I say about him. I want someone that smart and that clever negotiating my contracts. He is damn clever.
How about one more for the road, Doug?
You got more?
Last one for you.
Skubal what? What did he say there? I didn't quite catch that. I don't know what he said. That might be a swing and miss from Boris. Do you know what he said there?
Did he say start? Skubal start? Sark?
I don't know. Let's get back to your phone calls. Dylan is next on 97.1. Hi, Dylan.
How we doing, guys?
Okay.
Good. So, yeah, I want to just talk about the whole Anthony Davis thing. And then I remember the last guy I mentioned, Blake Griffin was older. He was beat up, whatever. But at the time, I mean, the Pistons realistically needed Blake Griffin at that time. Now we don't need a old, beat-up veteran that's not going to really do much for us. We have an old veteran in Tobias Harris, a power forward, and that guy actually plays.
Yeah.
We have depth. We have a great team. I mean, best in the East. So as far as Anthony Davis, realistically, what are we going to give up? What are we going to give up for a 33-year-old guy that could barely get off the bench nowadays? That's really my take. And I don't see a need at all for him when we have depth at the center and the power forward position with guys like Asar Thompson.
Well, it'd be Tobias Harris. It'd have to be Tobias Harris. They'd probably give up the expiring Jaden Ivey contract. I don't know. Ron Holland. Start getting in the ballpark. I don't want to give up anything, and I don't want to take on the money. I don't know that this makes sense on any front.
With I was just looking up, we gave them actually Tobias Harris, Avery Bradley, and Boban Marjanovic, right? We gave them guys. The best player we gave them back then was Tobias, and we got Blake Griffin in return. But at that time, at that point in time, we needed Blake Griffin to get to the playoffs, and now, I mean, we're the number one seed. Well,
you're looking for somebody to put you're looking for somebody to put you over the top. I just think it's funny because Lauri Markkanen would be like a similar. You'd have to give up similar things to get Lauri Markkanen, and far less risky, and probably more helpful in terms of on the court. Let's go to Keith in Oxford. You're next. Hi, Keith.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Not much. Hey, so you're bagging on Phillip Rivers for being 44.
No. I'm scared. I'm scared for him.
Physical. He passed the. Hang on. He passed the physical. Ragnow couldn't do that, and Ragnow was only displaced for a year. That's number one. Number two, at the age of 50, I was still jumping out of planes with the Army, so don't bag on us old guys. Some of us have it, still got it. And I think Rivers could probably maintain them. Is he going to take them to the Super Bowl? Probably not. But could he maintain them and keep their season and get them in the playoffs? Probably.
I have no
That's all I
idea if
got.
he can or he can't. But Keith, it's not bagging on. It's bagging on the situation. The NFL is so far down the road of too many players getting hurt. And I'm not really did we come across? Do you think we were bagging on him?
Oh, is that Rivers' uncle or something that called in? No, I don't think so. I think we're pointing out the obvious, dude. He hasn't played since 2020. He's 44 years old. The NFL, grown man game, where young people get hurt all the time. I think we're worried about his safety.
I am worried about, like,
And by the way, he
he's
said-
going to get hit.
Yeah, and he said probably make the playoffs. I wouldn't say probably. Make that bet then. They're desperate right now.
Yeah. And good for him for jumping out
Yeah,
of
I
planes. Thank you
guess.
for your service. I'm not mad at
No,
you.
that- yeah,
I'm
it's
not
that-
mad at anybody.
But as far as Phillip Rivers is concerned, I think he's got a better chance jumping out of a plane
Surviving
than
that.
surviving that. The Myles Garrett,
No, it speaks,
blindside hit.
it's just crazy. Like, and then I get mad about the 18th game thing when already too many players get hurt. So the idea that we are now turning to a guy who's more likely to get hurt than the previous guy speaks to the desperate times that we are in right now. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. A lot of feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. First about Scott Boras and his, without Scoobs, the Tigers are a mystery machine. He's a saber-proof Tiger. Feedback coming in. Holy hell, do I hate Scott Boras. What a gigantic canoe. That's from Connor. Roy says, does that make the kids in the minors those meddling kids? And then this from an unnamed texter. I bet Velma would have gone out for the 7th.
If a reporter would have said that to Boris, I don't know. I would have lost him, man.
I would have made that reporter the champ of the year.
Is Velma a crafty lefty, or is she?
Velma would have gone out for the 7th. Oh, that's savage. And it's so painful. From an unnamed texter, I've said it for 3 weeks now, and Dan just said it. It's where the defense starts. Takeaways, we need to win the turnover battle. Yep. Has any other quarterback done what Jalen Hurts did last night, throwing an interception and fumbling on the same play? I don't know if that's ever happened.
Dude, that was crazy because there's a lot of fantasy playoffs on the line right now,
Yeah.
whether you get in or not, or maybe you're already in the first round of the playoffs. That was a -4 play.
Yeah.
I think Jalen Hurts finished with mostly regular scoring leagues, like with 1 point last night.
That's
He had a
unbelievable.
-4 play. Oh my God.
I mean, I can't. Could that have ever happened? You throw a pick, picks get returned, pick returned, the defensive lineman fumbles, Hurts picks it up, and fumbles it right back.
He had 2 turnovers in 1 play. That game was
crazy.
full of turnovers. I don't know if you watched it
I
at all. It was
did.
nuts.
I did. And the funny thing is, Philly can't win all of a sudden. Right now, tell me I'm wrong. Lions fans feel better about their team than the 2 Super Bowl combatants from last year. Philly fans, Kansas City fans. Tell me I'm wrong. 248-539-9797. Don's in Novi and next. What's up, Don?
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Okay. Hey, listen, I was just listening to y'all talk about Montgomery and Griggs, man. I think, man, y'all need to use both of them backs equally, man, because one, Montgomery, he busts that defense up, man, and give it air for Griggs to do his thing, man, and that's what you need. I seen it did Sunday. You seen Chicago. You can't tell me Chicago backs are better than our backs, man. Did you see Chicago backs doing that to Green Bay? Green Bay couldn't stop them. Green Bay couldn't stop them. Couldn't stop the run for nothing, but they were stopping our run. Why is that?
Well, I mean, I think Green Bay played a better game. It might be because Chicago's was better up front than Detroit was in the Green Bay game.
That's more. Yeah, I will agree with that. But what I'm saying is, still with Montgomery, he can handle that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Griggs is all that up between the tackles. I'd rather be in 2nd and 5 than 1st and 13 any day. Because that offensive line, like you say, we can't depend on that offensive line, man.
How are they? Just out of curiosity, how are they ending up in 1st and 13?
Because Griggs gets caught behind the line of scrimmage a lot on 1st down. That's how. And it turns into it turns into 2nd and 13. You know what I'm saying? It's stuff like that. But Montgomery, it's just the opposite.
So
2nd and 5. Which one would you rather?
Well, I'd obviously rather be in 2nd and 5, but I think that you're drawing a correlation that Montgomery gets you in 2nd and 5 more than Gibbs is probably a false premise. But Lions averaged 4 yards a carry against Green Bay. Chicago averaged 4.3. Yeah, they were better. They were slightly better. I would argue they probably had a better game up front. Look, I'm not saying get rid of Montgomery. They just put 44 points up on a Dallas team that was supposed to shut down the Lions' run game. I'm okay with their use of their players.
Doug, I too agree they should give the ball to Griggs less often.
I asked Paul, did he refer to him as Griggs the entire time
He
you screened
did.
the call?
Yeah,
no one
off the air, did he call him Griggs?
He said yes.
Oh, that's funny. Hey, look, I like that people go to battle for their guy. It's just when you lose, people go, well, what happened? And if you give the ball to Montgomery more than Gibbs, the kind of season Gibbs is having, there might be, look, there are going to be times, there are going to come Sundays where Gibbs isn't as effective as Montgomery. But the way this has been trending, I understand why Gibbs is getting more opportunity. Brian on a cell, you're on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up, man? So I was going to talk about the Anthony Davis. I get why they're interested in him. He would be a good player, but for the Pistons, it doesn't make sense money-wise or injury-wise. And you were talking about football. I do think the Lions have a better shot because I don't think the Chiefs or the Eagles will be going to the playoffs. And then lastly, I don't know if you eat Chick-fil-A, but I got distracted by some commercial that you guys were playing. They said now they're offering like a 30-pound bucket of chicken nuggets. That's too much.
I didn't hear that. You say we got a commercial with Chick-fil-A offering a 30-pound bucket?
There was a Chick-fil-A commercial. It was like, oh, if you're going to family for the holiday, pick up our 30-pound chicken nugget bucket. Like, who's going to eat 30 pounds of chicken nuggets?
It's 30 count.
It's 30 count, not 30 pound.
Oh, 30 count. I thought he said 30 pounds. But who's going to eat 30 pounds of chicken nuggets?
I love it.
We went from Griggs to 30 pounds.
Brian, yeah, it's 30 count, not 30 pounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the best brownie to me is the Ghirardelli brownies.
Okay. Well, yesterday was National Brownie Day. I'd argue my
you know what?
candy cane brownie is as good as any. Sorry, go ahead, Rico.
I actually thought it said 30 pounds the first time I heard it.
Did you really? You
well.
heard it's not the same
I was
thing.
like, 30 pounds? How are you making any money off this?
Think about how much that would cost.
Right.
30 pounds of chicken nuggets. What is that, like 3,500 chicken nuggets?
I was just like, wow. No, he's not the only one. At first, I was like, can't be 30 pounds.
All right. Well, have a great show. We're short on time.
Tiger, Scott Boris. There you go.
There you go. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Gators back tomorrow, and we'll have the whole gang back for the rest of the week. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, how the hell is everybody on a snowy Tuesday? I feel like every day is snow now. Did you see the forecast?
It will be, yes.
That's like every day you're just going to get a dusting. Just enough to anger you.
Well, tonight I guess it's going to be a little bit more, but it is wintertime. It's Michigan. Let's go!
It's winter meetings time. So I think we've been very fair. Some of you may disagree with that. I don't really care, though. But I think we've been incredibly fair to the Tigers. And I've said to you for a while now, anytime you call up, you want to call Chris Ilitch cheap, what have I said? All right, you can reserve the right to do that based on how the offseason plays out. What does that mean? What it means is if the offseason featured trading Skubal or not signing him, and they don't go all in when they keep him by making big trades, by signing legitimate bats, you can call up and call Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris whatever you like. Because at that point, you're unserious and you're frugal. You're cheap. You're small market, as Jim Costa called them. So why would I open the show with that? Why would Rico and I be sitting here? Because we said to you, the winter meetings, December 7th through the 10th, and that's going to be a big moment because Scott Harris won't be appearing on the Let's Have a Slumber Party Benetti pod, and he's going to go on something like MLB Network, or he's going to talk. And we got some quotes for you, and I've got to tell you, it's worth a watch. I have nothing to gain by telling you to watch MLB Network, but I mean, Harris looks like he is going to sweat through his shirt getting grilled about Skubal. Mm-hmm. And I want to play some quotes to you because it's delicious irony that as Scott Harris speaks, today, the next day, the Tigers are out here. Hey, here's your ticket plans. Have it your way. And I think you as a consumer, you have decisions you need to make. I'm not going to tell you what to do. It's not my place. I can tell you what I would do. Mm-hmm. But you want let's play this audio, and then we're going to have a conversation. Now, if you've already heard the Harris quotes, 248-539-9797. If you haven't, kick back and relax for a second. I want to just set the table. So the first question he was asked was about, and I think it's a fair question, he was asked about maximizing the Tarik Skubal window. Naturally, he responded by saying, well, I don't know what that means, and we made the playoffs. And he even had the audacity to say they had a credible shot to win the World Series. No, you had
last 2 years.
You had an incredible shot to be Shohei Ohtani's party popper. But fine. And if you don't make the Final Four, you don't have a credible shot to win the World Series. So how about we just stop that? Take a listen to this quote, though. David? Yeah, actually, no, it's not. Scott Harris might be a really smart guy. He's really bad at this. Yeah. Like, you're terrible at talking. That's brutal. Okay, so A, you don't know what that means. We made the playoffs the last 2 years. Well, first of all, you sold at the deadline 10 games out of first and had a Pixar movie. You want to peacock that, that's fine. Last year, you blew a 15.5 game lead. Didn't win the division, the worst division in baseball. And you want to trumpet that as some kind of defense that you are maximizing? Let me take you back to that deadline, Rico. Did you maximize your chance to get better?
No.
Okay. So when you're asked about it again, he then, this is the other part. It's like when David, it's like saying, David pulls me aside and goes, look, I don't have any issues with Paul Serra, but, and you're like, well, everything about to happen is going to be Paul taking body blows.
Yep.
He goes, this is not a commentary on Tarek Skubal, but cutscene, he's not that important.
Right.
And you said this best before the show. He has to win every game for you to be an above 500 team. Go look at the stats, people.
Skubal has to win every game for you to be that World Series contender. He had to win every game in the playoffs, or else you weren't going to advance. It's why everybody got upset when he took himself out in the 7th inning, because it's like, no. We need you out there because we don't have anything else. So he's not like the other 25 players. He is a one of one. He is that guy that's going to carry you as far as you can go.
Now, if you think he's gaslighting Scott Boras, you can have any theories you want. This is a free country, guys. But that clip, that sucks. Then he got pressed on it, which I love, because it wouldn't happen when you go on the team play-by-play guys pod. He
was very uncomfortable.
Oh, dude, he looked like he was going to barf, bleep himself, and sweat through his shirt all at the same time.
You guys aren't going to play a kazoo? What are we doing here?
Yeah, hold on. Where's Andy Dirks? There's no kazoos here. So hold on. He gets pressed on this, and basically, the guys at the table are like, dude, you've got a Hall of Famer. What are we talking about here? So then he talks about, this is the funniest part. He somehow ends up in the getting pressed on Skubal to launching into a there are no untouchables on the roster. Okay, so what? Now we're threatening to give Skubal and Boras what they want, all while acting like you're diminishing. But hold on. You said you'd be haunted by trades at the deadline.
Yep. That's his words.
All the credible reporting around this was, oh, no, the Tigers are not trading any of their top prospects. Now, cut scene to this. Yeah, I'm going to say this again. Okay, you can live in fantasy world or you can join us in reality. The Tigers, when Skubal starts, are about 20 games over 500 the last 2 years. When he doesn't, you're a 500 team. You play in the worst division in baseball. You play in a poverty-stricken collection of unserious organizations. The Cleveland Guardians are pathetic. The Chicago White Sox are in a full teardown, and their roster costs less than a Chicago hot dog with those silly pickles on it. The Kansas City Royals define small market, and the Minnesota Twins payroll has gone down each of the last 3 years. They've been up for sale, not for sale, back up for sale, not for sale. You running around like you won the NL West or the AL East is hilarious. Because here's the reality. Without Tarek Skubal, you're going nowhere. Now, here's the last quote, and then we will welcome the people in. Now, David, do we have audio of this or do I read this? I have to read this? Thank you, buddy. This is the one that gets my dander up. And it's the one that tells me that he's either incapable or unwilling of changing the plan, right? Like he wants to tout all the success they've had, largely accidental. But the point is, the majority of our growth on offense is going to come from within. We're going to try to find a way to improve without blocking guys. Close quote. We're still doing that trope?
Except for you brought back Gleyber Torres.
Oh, but don't worry. He glazed that donut with about 800 words I could read you. You'd think they signed Manny Ramirez in his prime.
He really did. And to shorten it, he basically said, hey, if you take away the name and I just gave you this person, he was brand new, you'd be excited. But it's not sexy because you already know him, because he was already here.
So here are the 3 questions I'm going to ask you, and you do whatever you want with these. Does any of this audio, do any of these quotes sound like this team's serious about winning a World Series? That's one. Two, what does this make you feel about this team the day they send out the season ticket stuff and the have it your way plan and the whole rest, okay? To me, I'll just tell you how I handle it. Like if I'm the average guy, I'm going to follow your lead, Scott Harrison, Chris Ilitch. I'll spend when you spend. I'll do when you do.
That's fair.
The last part of this is simple. If the offseason is trading and or not signing Skubal, and they don't bring in the heavies. I mean, the Dodgers just went out and signed Edwin Diaz, okay? As Rico said it to me before the show started, what's better than 2 World Series? 3. The point I'm making is they're not stopping. The Blue Jays aren't stopping. They just signed Dylan Cease. You're over here farting around trying to convert relievers into starters and trying to find an unopened copy of Lethal Weapon 3 at Walmart. If this offseason doesn't feature major moves that really puts you in a position to challenge for a World Series, then guess what? I'm not going to sit here and say a word. You want to call the owner cheap? Call him cheap. You want to say Scott Harris is running this thing like the Cincinnati Reds? Go for it. You get to say whatever you want to say because they continue to do whatever they want to do. Mm-hmm. I said to you this offseason would be the fork in the road. So here we are.
Yeah, winter meetings.
248-539-9797. What do you make of everything we played? What do you make of the comments about Skubal where he basically says, hey, I'm not trying to diminish him, but cutscene, everything I say is diminishing him? What do you make about the comment about not blocking people? And again, what do you make of his comments where basically he plays dumb? Scott Harris sat there and acted like he didn't understand the Skubal windows better than the non-Skubal window. Come on. I mean, it's just, that's the stuff that kills me. Just answer the question. We're not curing cancer.
The fact that he looked like he was surprised, like people were actually going to ask him about Skubal and like, what about everything else that we're doing? Dude, we don't care.
Nobody cares. So let's get into it. I know there's snow on the ground, but this is hot stove time. And your president of baseball operations spoke, and I think he did a pretty terrible job at it. I think he sent some pretty bad messages. If his actions are different than his words, we will salute him.
Bruh, you put it best. He spent more time glazing over Gleyber Torres than Tarek Skubal.
Oh, he just gives us everything we want. It's like, yeah, no, not for $23 million. He doesn't.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Right.
And I thought he didn't want to block people. 248-539-9797. We will go right to the phones, provided you're on the phone. So get dialing. And keep 2 hands on the wheel, please. Use that Bluetooth. David, ticket text on the flip as well, 97.1.
All right, guys, the holiday is coming up. That means you're probably going to be enjoying all those Christmas cookies and everything like that. Well, Planet Fitness is here for you. Planet Fitness offers a high-value membership that will support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your best, strongest self with the best in-class equipment for full workouts from cardio to strength training to stretching, including brand new machines like the Hack Squat and the Supine benches, convenient hours. It'll fit your schedule and your routine. And if you need a little extra motivation, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. Now through December 19th is the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. Join now during the special event. All you need is $1 down and $15 a month. There are over 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout the Metro Detroit area. So head into any of those right now. $1 down, get you started. You can join at the club. You can go online or use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Yeah, I'm not listening to that anymore. 248-539-9797. We will get to your calls, and I'm asking the questions. You guys know where I stand on this. I think, obviously, goal number one is to, you stop losing and start winning, right? And they've done that, and I think Scott Harris has done a nice job, clearly, with the farm system and development. But there comes a time you got to start to do the other stuff, which is trades and free agency. And I'm sorry, he's terrible at it. His trades have not been good. And by the way, he's impossible to trade with, according to reporting. And free agency-wise, don't even get me started. I mean, do you want to go down that hall of shame? Look at the deadline last year. Look at the Alex Cobb deal. Look at the Kenta Maeda deal. Look at what happened with Erod. Just let's really think about this now. This is the part of the job you need to step up, step out, put your ass in the jackpot, and let's go try to win this thing. And all he's talking about is, I don't want to block people. And I'll continue to say this. If I'm running the team, I'd love to have McGonigal here opening day. I'll bet lunch for the crew here he's not here opening day. They're going to manipulate his service time. Mm-hmm. And the idea of, let's say, the day that happens when Max Clark comes up here, which could be late this year, but more probably 2027, the odds that he's Mike Trout from day one is next to zero. You talking about blocking people's the best problem to have. Mm-hmm. So if they don't have a big offseason, you have carte blanche between 2 and 6. You can call the owner whatever you like, within reason. And you can certainly say that Scott Harris has a small market mentality. I never understood the qualifying offer to Glaber. I hated the fact he took it. And then Scott Harris may as well, he may as well go work at, Dutch Girl Donuts here or whatever the hell it is. You got to listen to how he's talking about Glaber. It's remarkable. Where is this in this copious note that I have here?
Let me throw it back on there, because I shortened
he's everything you could want. He's veteran leadership, and it's like, yeah, no, he's a guy the Yankees threw in the garbage because he wouldn't change positions, and the only other offer he had was the Nats, and he wouldn't change positions, and then you signed him because you were the only team willing to let him play second. Mm-hmm. Then you hit him with a qualifying offer because I think you were hard up for a draft pick, and one problem. He called your bluff. Now you're paying him
took your offer.
$22 million for a player I don't think any Tiger fan really cared if he was here or not.
Yeah, here's what he said. He says, adding Gleyber Torres was a really important addition to our team. It's not that sexy because it's not a new, unfamiliar player that we haven't seen, but if you just congeal his identity, show me his skill set is a perfect fit for what we need. We're a little bit too left-handed, so he adds a right-handed bat. We need more bat-to-bat skills. He's one of the best bat-to-bat guys in baseball.
So if he's that player, why didn't you just make a 2-year, $30 million offer to him? Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't want to block people. But hold on, back to the glazing station. He's awesome sauce. Mm-hmm. Okay, back to I don't want to block people.
As you like to say, Mike, this is a classic flowchart moment.
I'll just be straight with you. I mean, we're in the communication business. Somebody down there needs to coach him up if he's going to talk, because this was pretty bad. Mm-hmm. To the people. Oh, by the way, on the day that the season ticket stuff comes out. Yikes. Yeah. We lead with Matt. He's in St. Clair Shores, and he's our leadoff hitter today. Matthew, what's going on, buddy?
Boom, hey, Mike. I got a hernia, too, so I'm going to be pretty bad off the leadoff, too, just like Glaber.
Okay, fair enough.
Are we blocking Jace Young again? Is that who we're worried about? But anyways, my concern, Scott Harris can't go to these meetings and just flame Chris Ilitch like he really should be, or what I think is really behind it. Like, Chris Ilitch is the guy that sells us what he calls pizza, which is literally just flour for $1, and then he basically charges us like $100 for it. And this is the pizza that he feeds us, and he's doing us the same thing with his baseball team. Like, you're going to eat pizza. We're going to watch baseball. So regardless of what kind of garbage he puts on the field, we're still going to show up 2 million strong. And it's really a Chris Ilitch problem. So, I mean, I'd love Scott Harris to come out and actually do something, but I just think if you look at the guys across the street, they're doing the exact same thing. Hey, as long as we're selling hot and crappy to the people and they're showing up in the stadium, that's what we're going to do. We're not going to put any sort
Matt,
of
let me say this, Matt, And again, if you want to throw it in the garbage, no hard feelings. You talk to people in baseball, talk to people who cover baseball for a living. So both sides of this now. If you talk to somebody in a front office situation, if you talk to people who cover the game, Scott Harris actually believes this. I want you to know that. Scott Harris believes this. So, hey, you can get on the owner if he's not going to storm down there and go, damn it, I demand you get this Alex Bregman deal done. No, you can get on him for that. Or if he went down there and said, there's no way I'm letting Skubal walk out of my organization, I'll fire you first, you can blame Chris Ilitch for that. But Scott Harris believes this.
Yeah, well, I think Scott Harris's job's a commodity, right? We've talked, Dave. This is one of 30, right? So I'm sure you can find somebody in analytics in any job that's willing to take one of these prestigious 30 jobs in the world and then go out and you do the marching orders, right? You know, Scott Harris is still getting a paycheck, and he's probably getting overrides because he's coming in under budget and, you know, winning more games than he's expecting.
Correct.
More people in the seats.
You've just nailed it. Because Matt, this is not a serious owner as far as I demand to win. This is not Steve Cohen. Not financially, it's not, but not competitively, it's not. So I'm with you in that this guy comes to town and says, listen, we're going to do this affordably. It's going to take a little time, but we'll win some games. We'll eventually get it there. That's an attractive game plan to an owner who, I'm sorry, hasn't really shown much. So then you win a little bit. By Disney movie or not, all of a sudden you're going, this is the greatest thing since pants with pockets. But then you get to a point, no Tiger fan's going to be excited to win. My issue is, as an outsider, as a married man, just in case Kenny's listening on vacation, the point is, you're in the worst division in baseball, so I knock you down a peg, is that you're not as good as you think you are. You're just the best of a bad bunch. So why not lay over the field, as we say in horse racing, and dominate this crop and really start comping yourself to the teams that actually have a chance to win a World Series. Sorry, go ahead. Both
I was
of you.
going to
I'm
say,
sorry.
are they still the best of the best of the bunch? Because they still haven't won a division under Scott Harris. We also have to remember that they did not win the division. They came back miraculously to the playoffs and then blew the division last year in a horrible division.
Don't bring up truth.
I was about to say, but David, he said that they were a World Series contender. I strongly disagree with that.
Same here.
But here's the thing. You have a chance to really it's not like, you know what, your payroll is pushing the limits. It ain't. You have the best pitcher in baseball. Go out and add pieces around him.
Your plan, I want to give you credit for something. Try to take this compliment. No, smart.
Okay.
You said from the beginning, I don't want to sign him. I don't want to trade him. Keep him and go all in. And I fought you on that. Guilty as charged. If they keep him and they don't go all in, that's the coward's way out. Because you know what that is? That's a way to lie to people's face and reach in their pocket while you're doing it. I got you $1. We still have Skubal. We'll do a little bobblehead night. No, go all in. All in is just spend some money. I'm not asking them to burn the farm system down.
And by all in, I don't mean go out and re-sign Justin Verlander. I mean go out and get a real pitcher because you know that's next.
No. We got you, Glaber.
No. But let's go get bring JV back. We'll have JB bobblehead. Hey, remember the no-hitters?
But that's where, when Cookies called them small market this morning, I mean, he's not far off. He's not. If this is how it's going to be.
The Detroit Lugnuts.
Wow. Thursday night, the Molson hot dog cannon at Oldsmobile Park. I was there. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls. You guys are ready to rock? We're here for it. We'll talk to you guys next, 97.1. All right, quickly, let me take care of some business. Stop ignoring the cold and make sure your furnace is right. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They do complete furnace checkups. Make sure it's running properly. And right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick, and Lord knows these temperatures are not getting any better. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Straight to the people. Scott Harris has spoken at the winter meetings. I think it was disastrous, and he was all over the place. So I want to know your guys' feelings towards it. We've asked some critical questions. We go to Steve on a cell, see what he's got to say. Stevie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, dude, good, man. How are you doing?
I'm excellent.
Mike, what you just said, all over the place, and that's pretty much what I got from that. I mean, it was the pinnacle of success for him making the playoffs the last 2 years. That's one question. And if it was, did he not pay attention to a thing after the All-Star break and the trade deadline? You know, he was very adamant about saying that, you know, he said recently that nobody's untouchable. They're listening to everything. Well, last come trade deadline, everybody was untouchable because he didn't, as he said, didn't want to give up on any of the prospects because he didn't want to take the chance of it coming back to bite him in the ass. So that said, what's the deal? I mean, was the bid for Bregman, was that a smokescreen? Yeah, they offered 170 or 171. I give them that. But, you know, it's the thinking that was that the thought that counts, or were they knowing that they weren't going to sign him?
All right, I want to say this, and I want to admit guilt to this, Steve. I have chosen to believe that was real, and I've actually given them credit for making a real offer to Bregman. But maybe you're right. That a year later, maybe you're right. Maybe that was just nothing more than agent puffery. That it just leaked out there. They used it to get Boston to give them more money than Aaron Judge with the AAVs and the rest, with the opt-outs. Steve, I can fully admit if I was wrong. I'd be lying to you if after listening to his comments, Steve, I didn't at least think what you're thinking.
No, I get that, but the whole crux of it, Mike, is we don't know that. So it's like, and you read the paper or the online every day, you always hear about stuff about Scooble and these ridiculous trade proposals for whatever, some guy that, you know, is going to be a fishing charter down in Cabo, but let's sign him to 5 years. Why haven't they signed Finnegan? Finnegan wants to be here. We need him. They show interest. Why haven't they done at least something? I get that it takes a process, and these winter meetings have just started, but let's get something done before basically somebody else snatches these guys up.
Yeah, and Steve, I use the example too, is I don't, and Rico, I know you don't. Like, we don't expect them to carry a payroll like Toronto or the Dodgers.
No,
but the fact is, Toronto and the Dodgers have already gone out and made two of the biggest signings of the offseason. Dylan Cease to the Blue Jays and Edwin Diaz to that Dodger pen. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a treat. So, yeah.
Huge.
Philly was active today. Yeah.
What did Philly do?
Schwarber.
Oh, they got Schwarber signed.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, no, Steve, and look, that's my thing. They want to reach in your pocket and ask for your money. Show me. Because I think it's dishonest what Scott Harris said, touting these playoff things like they were the result of a great plan. Mm-hmm. You sold and had the singular most insane run to make the playoffs in 50 years of baseball. You can't act retroactively like that was because of your plan.
No, and then you're saying, well, you know, World Series, like, you weren't even in the final four teams either time. So,
but
no.
You know what, Mike? At least we got the seats behind home plate that we can plug our cell phones into and get a full charge for an hour and a half.
Hey, look, I'm not going. People can do whatever they want, Steve. I just, you know my deal. If the team's going to behave this way, they're going to act this way, they're going to talk this way, then you have choices to make as a consumer. Because ultimately, I think it is hilarious for the GM to go out and put this presentation on at the winter meetings. And then the next day, they're trying to hawk tickets. It's like, hey, people are going to do what they're going to do. The team's going to win enough because the division's bad enough, people will go. Mm-hmm. And in the end, if that's all they care about, well, then you're screwed. I can't believe it. If you're so proud of making the playoffs the last 2 years, then how do you sit there, and we can replay the audio at 3 o'clock, acting like you don't understand the question being asked to you about maximizing the Scooble window? There's no scenario you're better without Scooble than with. None. Mm-hmm. So just stop.
Right.
Stop being a babe in the woods.
And if you're not going to go ahead and sign him, if you're going to just let him walk, build the best team that you can in this offseason. That's why I was waiting for the winter meetings. Go out there, bring in about 3 more people, and let's just go all in. You're not going to break the bank because you're down at the low end of the payroll.
But you know what the problem is. With the CBA expiring and no baseball potentially in 27, you think this ownership group wants to carry that?
No.
There's where we get some hard truth.
Well, that's why you're trying to get relievers into starting pitchers. Starting pitchers into relievers.
I'm so annoyed
because Finkel.
No, but here's the other thing, and this is where he hasn't shown the chops. You can make trades that include prospects.
I love it when you say that because you're like, oh, free agent. You always and you can make trades.
You don't want to spend the money? I'm glad I'm glad I have something for you. I open up this lunchbox. It's called trades. You don't have to spend money. You can get a cheap guy who's pretty awesome under team control. You give up lottery tickets for it. You're not willing to do that, then you got to spend.
Well, he said there's pretty much no untouchables. So
yeah, I don't buy that for a second. Let's go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Good, Eric. What's going on?
Well, of course, you guys, when I called, I had, it's like, Gleyber Torres, I got it right here. And then you jumped on that right away.
No, go ahead. What is your thought?
There's multiple other things. I mean, Gleyber Torres was nothing more than we're going to throw this on there and we're praying to God we just get a draft pick out of this and he's going to go elsewhere. And, oh, Lord, dang it, darn it, that didn't happen. We all know that was, because Kevin McGonigal was our second baseman. Like that was destined to be the case. That's what they all had planned. And then that didn't occur. So I don't think for a minute that they thought that they were going to have Gleyber back. And when they did, right now they're playing the spin cycle on the washing machine of destiny and hoping that it lands on, everything's clean. What really, what does this do with the infield? Like, where is, like, anyone who's thinking that we're signing Bregman, where does Bregman fit? Because does anyone remember that we have this new contract for this shiny piece we call Cole Keith? Like, where there's no place for Bregman now.
See, if you're thinking, I'm not accusing you of this, Eric. I'm saying if as an organization you're concerned about blocking Colt Keith with a guy like Alex Bregman, then just don't be in baseball. Like, just don't participate. Not you. I'm saying the team.
Right. But I'm speaking in my mind. In my mind, I'm speaking. I'm trying to put my place in this organization.
Look, talking about hypothetically blocking hypothetical players that hypothetically could be good or bad is the ultimate defense mechanism to never actually do anything.
Right. Which I think is hypothetically, unfortunately, where we're at as this organization. I think in a general sense, and unfortunately, I'm about to turn 51. I lived through obviously Avila, and I'm grateful to have lived through
Dombrowski,
Mike Ilitch, and Dombrowski. I don't think I think Harris has a place. I think that he has a place. He's a really good job organizationally. I don't think he's cut out for the wheeler dealer guy, and I don't think he's cut out for the mouthpiece.
Well, there you go. And Eric, I think that's a fair thing to ask until or unless we get evidence that he is the guy. I mean, Eric, we've talked about this. You signed a dead guy last year. Alex Cobb was dead. You dropped a check on his casket. That was your pitching acquisition. The year prior, it was a 2-year deal to 100-year-old Kenta Maeda. Oops. Then you come into this season and you go to the deadline and you make egregious move after egregious move with Charlie Morton, Paul Sewald, Chris Paddock. You have the audacity to go on another one of these safe space podcasts and brag about how proud you were to get that Paddock deal done, only to then have even be more audacious and tell us, oh, no. It was never the plan to have Charlie Morton and Chris Paddock here. They were just to get us through the regular season. Listen.
And you got Flaherty for another year.
Because you gave him a vesting option and no pitcher with a 5.5 ERA is turning down $21 million. And by the way, the farm system is a lot of things. Pitching heavy, it's not. Of your top 10 prospects, none of them are pitchers. None. But don't worry, we're busy farting around trying to convert relievers into starters instead of just paying the real McCoy. That's the message you send your customers. And I know what'll happen. This division is so bad. They'll win enough games to be relevant to where, oh my God, you're being mean. No, I'm not.
See, they didn't have to do anything. And
Right,
look,
right. Well, if you believe that, enjoy another tiger striped daiquiri in your sleeveless Marlboro t-shirt and just keep ripping. Do your thing.
Now, that's the one thing that I really hate, the fact that, that I'm right. But that's where a lot of people are just, you know what, I just want to have fun at the ballpark.
I'd love to put this team in the AL East, and when they're 9 games under 500, then take a sip of your daiquiri. I get tired of it. Recognize this division's crap. You can own it. Yep. Because for as much as you want to tout those playoff berths, you didn't win the damn division. You didn't do it.
Fair. No, it's fair. And especially this year where it looked like you had it locked up and then you just stumbled your way to the end of the
But
season.
he doesn't understand maximizing the window. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls on the way. 97.1.
All right, the NBA season is back, and Fanatics Sportsbook is already running straight out of the championship playbook. Here's the deal. You guys heard me talk about the fan cash, and remember, every time you make a bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% fan cash, whether you win or whether you lose. So even if your bet misses, hey, you're still scoring fan cash that can unlock real value. You can flip it for authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatics event with the NBA legends. But that's not their only play, because as listeners know, where other sportsbooks let injuries box you out, Fanatics Fair Play protects all bets from first half injuries across pro football and pro basketball. So if your player gets injured in the first half of a game, Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. They keep your bet in play. Make the switch and get more ways to win with Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning, it hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, quickly touch table on some football. David, music.
So last night's game, just bad football all around. Jalen Hurts had 5 turnovers, 2 turnovers on one play. They have had 9 turnovers in 3 games, lost those 3 games, and have scored 21 or less in all 3 games. Is there a Jalen Hurts problem or a Nick Sirianni problem with the Eagles?
Oh, boy.
I would probably say it's a little bit of both. I think it's just an Eagles problems with the Eagles. I think there's a lot of things going wrong with this team, David, and I've said for the longest that this is a team that thrives on chaos, but I think the chaos is starting to catch up to them, and I think you're starting now to see people pressing, especially now they're in this losing streak, so you're seeing guys just going out on, even when they score touchdowns, you're getting offensive holding, and it brings the call back. Everybody's playing out of their lane. They're not doing what made them Super Bowl champions.
Loss of a coordinator again. This Kevin Patullo has done a bad job. But the other thing is, you've seen some reporting. There's tension between teammates and Jalen Hurts. And I'm not some psychologist. I can just tell you, watching the game last night, even down to that last play, I do not like Jalen Hurts' body language. He looks like he is in a fog. I don't know what is going on. I'm with you, Rico. It's all of it is weird. It feels a lot like 3 years ago when they collapsed down the stretch and lost in the first round of the playoffs. It's very bizarre what's happening.
Yeah, because this is the year that, you know what, if you have to go to Philly to play them in the playoffs, you're cool with that.
Are you? Because they beat your ass.
I was about to say, except for
you don't get to be cool with anything here in Detroit. They beat your ass.
To your point, Mike, I do think there's a reason more than just him maybe not wanting to be home. There's a reason why they brought Brandon Graham back for that locker room. Something else is going on, and they said, you know what? We need you in here.
And now and I guess in all fair, what, Jalen Carter didn't play last night.
Neither did Lane Johnson. Yeah. But again, everyone's got injuries. Well, call the ambulance. Your quarterback turned it over 5 times, twice on one play.
By the way, you mentioned Lane Johnson. The Eagles are now 15-27 when he doesn't play.
He's their Penei Sewell. He's their dominant right tackle. He's been a phenomenal player, but injuries are really starting to stack up for him.
And so the Chargers won last night, and Jim Harbaugh had a viral quote after the game. Harbaugh said he would put this game into discussion, the best moments of his life, including the birth of my 7 children and my marriage. Why does he continue to do this stuff? Why?
Just leave me out of this.
You know,
Rico, you take
this. This is one where personal growth, I was going to make a comment. I'm just going to move on. David, he's a weirdo. I think that's a PC way of saying it. He's just a weirdo, and weirdos do weird things, and they say weird things that make no sense only to them and the people who love him so. Like, oh, that's a great. It really wasn't. This game should not compare to any of those other things. You didn't win the Super Bowl. You won a regular season NFL game on a Monday night at home.
Correct. Let's touch on the Indianapolis Colts for just a quick second. Yes, Phillip Rivers has been signed back to their practice squad, but that's not what I want to focus on. Daniel Jones, of course, tore his Achilles. And during the trade deadline, they traded 2 of their first-round picks to get Sauce Gardner. So what does their future look like at the quarterback position?
Well, they're in trouble now. Look, they made the Sauce move. You didn't plan on Daniel Jones having a potential career-ending injury. You can't calculate that. Now, I know what's going to happen in the gotcha society we live in. Now they're going to act like they knew Daniel Jones' Achilles would explode. Yeah. I think...
Remember, Daniel Jones was a potential MVP candidate at the beginning of the year.
I think you can explore trades a different way. Kyler Murray will not cost you a lot trade-wise. It'll cost you a lot financially. Mac Jones will probably sign a Baker Mayfield-type contract, meaning about $30 million a year, not $60. They're going to have to go an alternate way.
You know what? You need a space filler, Mike, and I'm not trying to be funny, but this is where maybe if you're Indy, you go after a Jameis Winston, somebody who can just get you by David, stop making that face.
Oh, my
Just
God.
get you by for a year until Daniel Jones is
Every
back.
once in a while, Rico uncorks one of these football takes, and I just go, is he messing with me or what?
No.
Jameis Winston, if he's a starter for 17 weeks, will throw 30 interceptions.
Right. I'm just saying, if you can get him for, I don't know when Jones would be back, like December of next year.
Oh, no. I'd rather start Pete Brosmer.
No, I'm saying, but this is one where you look at the backups and say, okay, what backup can we pick from another team?
I got an answer.
And give you can you give me 1 year? And if it works, we're great. If it works, you found Sam Darnold.
Okay, let me close it out with this one here.
David is just.
Who you got?
I said I would go for Mac Jones. And if
I think he's going to go for more money.
fine, then I go for Kyler Murray. It's a ready-made situation. The Cardinals will, quote, give him away to get the money off the
Now,
books.
what's the Daniel? He doesn't have a long contract.
No.
Oh, okay.
They paid him in
you know what?
sandwiches.
Never mind. Yeah, go for Mac Jones.
David?
Last thing here, Tyler Shuck, they pulled off the upset against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Is he earning his shot to be the starter next year full time?
I mean, if you're the Saints, just try building around him, because this is another place where quarterbacks go to die.
He said it all. That was perfectly stated.
That is in football today.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. Scott Harris is in the news. It's everywhere. And if you type in the words Tarek Skubal, whether it's ESPN.com to the New York Times and everything in between, his comments are resonating in the baseball world, and not in a good way. I'll play some of the audio for you. Here are the questions we're asking. Based on what we're going to play and read, does any of this feel like this team's actually trying to win a World Series? 2, on the same day they're, schlepping their season ticket stuff out there, are you motivated to spend money on this team when they themselves are not motivated to spend money? And then, look, the last piece of this is the Skubal thing. If this offseason features either the trading of Skubal or keeping him absent of major moves around him, then what other conclusion do you come to about your team is that they're unserious and cheap? I mean, think about this. Like the New York Times, look, you can think the paper's a piece of crap. Clearly, it's not the paper it used to be. It's a sports article, so let's keep the politics out of it. The point is, basically, here's the headline from the New York Times. Even entering Tarek Skubal's walk here, the Tigers seem fixated on the long game. That's the headline. Mm-hmm. What does that have to do with it? Like that there's no, I don't view it as bias. And they talk about it, which is basically they're not spending money. I mean, they signed a guy from Korea for 2 years, and this Drew Anderson guy, that's a project, $7 million and a $10 million option in 27. That spare me. The article talks about they're not going to fix the bullpen by going out and doing Edwin Diaz types things. Okay, they're not going to go out and sign Bo Bichette. Okay, then what are we doing? Then why is Skubal here? Because I'll say this, for as much as I like to make fun of Scott Boras, and the people do too, if you play the audio that Brendan played in his update, Boras is right. You're nothing without Skubal.
Yes.
Like, if you don't have Skubal, you're nothing better than a 500 team.
Yeah.
That's it.
500 team in a bad division.
Because, again, the math is Skubal over the last 2 years in games he starts, you're 20 games over 500. Well, then what's the math when he doesn't? So it just, I want to know where you guys are at with your team. So we can do this. I mean, basically, the fact that Scott Harris said there are no untouchables when answering a question about Tarek Skubal seemed a little odd to me if you planned on keeping the player. But do I think he's got the spine to make a Skubal deal that no matter how, if it goes poorly, he will forever wear that scarlet letter? No, I don't. I think the simplest bulletproof way out of this is you keep him and let him go and go, well, golly gee, we did all we could.
Yeah.
Except you're not.
No, to me, it looks like you're trying to do Magic Part 3. Like it's the third movie in a trilogy. The first 2 years, it worked. You somehow made your way into the playoffs. The first year, it was the great rise. Last year, it was the big collapse. I don't know what this year's going to be, but it kind of seems like, looks like the same movie again. You're going to rehash the same plot line, same jokes, and instead you'll go after and get a few people who aren't really that big of a name. Whereas I'm saying, look, just own it. You got the best pitcher in baseball. If you don't want to re-sign him because of maybe the work stoppage, go spend some money this year and just go for broke. Do your fans a favor because they've supported this team through all of this. Now reward them, because you can't sit here and act like Skubal just one of your other 25 players, because he's not.
And by the way,
that's insulting.
If you think pitching chaos is dead, I'm not saying they'll ever do what they did 2 years ago, but quotes like this really, they piss me off. I got to be honest with you. I'm tired of this. This is not Cincinnati or Pittsburgh. This is Detroit. Quote, "We kind of are always going to be seeking starters," Harris said. "It's harder now given the makeup of our rotation. That starting pitching may have to be optionable. We may have to find non-roster options," things like that. What are we doing here? On one hand, the guy pimps making the playoffs back-to-back years, and in the next, I have a quote like that.
No. On one hand, he pimps, we were World Series contenders, and then after that, things and
stuff,
DVD rack and Dollar Tree.
Bullpen, pressing need for the Tigers, Don't expect a spending spree, according to the article, even though it ranked dead last in baseball in K-9. Then there's a bunch of word salad about fixing the bullpen, and it's all pablum to me. Now, let's play the quotes. He was pressed on MLB Network about Tarik Skubal. Guys, I want you to listen to this, and you tell me if this guy, first of all, if you watch the video, he looked like he was sweating through his pants. But it's just, he's all over the place. It's a simple answer. Take a listen. He's asked about Skubal and maximizing the Skubal window. Get a load of this. I mean, if that's not small market, I don't know what is. It's going to take everyone to pitch in and all the little things, and it's like, dude, I mean, here, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I mean, you're middle of the pack. World Series odds. I mean, it's just like you have the same odds as the Baltimore Orioles. Really? And you're talking this, okay, organizational ethos. Okay, fine. Fine. Now, he gets pressed on this. He does. And he didn't know how to react to it because this is a simple answer. He gets pressed on, yeah, but you have Tarik Skubal. You know, there has to be a little bit more of an all-in mentality. Mind you, this is the same guy who bleeped away the trade deadline. And he wants to tell you he doesn't understand about maximizing the window. Sure you do. Don't have a crap deadline. Don't have an off-season signing some American guy who's been in Korea for 3 years. Sign ball players. David, cut number 2, please. And the last piece to it is this, okay? I don't want to just pull up. This is a quote we don't have audio for, but I can read it to you. And then you guys can do your thing. Everyone knows they need to add bats, right? The majority of our growth on offense will come from within. We're going to try to find a way to improve without blocking guys. What? Like, if this is just about 2028, cool. Then fans don't need to spend their money until you're ready. I mean, Chris Ilitch told us he'll spend when the time is right. If not now, when? This is my last year of having Tarik Skubal because you've shown no indications you're ready to sign him. So, though, that's just all the things. What's your takeaway, guys? And I do find it very strange to talk about there are no untouchables when you're asked about maximizing the window while you have Skubal. If your offseason is trading Skubal and signing Drew Anderson, good luck. Good luck selling 1878 Society tickets. Good luck. I may as well be Liam Neeson on the phone. Good luck. What, are you kidding me? Can you imagine if that's the offseason? Glaber took the qualifying offer. Right. We signed Drew Anderson. Right. We signed 17 guys with minor league options. Oh, and we traded Tarik Skubal. Yeah. I'm not telling you that's what it's going to be.
No.
But if you're keeping Skubal It also can't be Drew Anderson and Newt Lelouch. It's got to be, we kept Skubal, we signed the Bichette, you can't sign Edwin Diaz, but like, it's to Rico's point, guys. If you were going to keep him, go all in. Mm-hmm. How long do I got to hear about these prospects for?
But if not, Mike, if they trade him, look, yeah, I'm telling you, they'll go and they'll dig into the DVD bin and be like, oh, it's JV again.
Can I say
and
this?
The fans will be like, he's back.
I want to say this, and people are free to make their own decisions. I'm free to make mine. I'm not interested in watching this. Oh, you can win games, but it'll always be the same ending. No Moneyball team who tries to out-cute their way to a World Series has ever won it. It's never happened. Period. If you want to be Ohtani's wet wipe, that's your business. Like, you're not competing with those teams. You weren't beating the Jays if you played them, ever. You weren't beating the Dodgers. You have the 8th best odds in the AL right now. I want ball players. I want people you pay to see play. Mm-hmm. You have Tarek Skubal, and that's it. And that's fleeting.
Right. And
so I want to know if fans want to watch that.
Right, because you heard the announcers. I mean, they're asking the questions like, okay, no, seriously. You got Skubal, man. What are you going to do? Well, that's a hard question. It's not.
It's really not.
It really is not.
And if this is the offseason and you want to blame Chris Ilitch, do it. But I'm warning you. Scott Harris believes this. Yeah. Trust me. He believes what he's saying.
The problem is you've gotten this far and it's still a hard question, which means I don't know if you did your homework. I don't know if you are prepared because we're at final exam time. Figure it out.
248-539-9797. You hear lawyers brag about verdicts, all the commercials. With David Femininio, it's a little bit different. Yes, he wins big cases, but it's not about bragging rights. It's about what the money does for you. It's about covering your medical costs, keeping your family steady, and helping you move forward. It's your case, your life. And if you're in a car accident, you have one call you need to make. You call David, 855-65-CRASH, or you can go online anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. As much as I hate to say it, he's right. But what's your takeaways, guys? And we'll get right to the phones. We've had people be very patient, but you tell me. You've got the Skubal angle. You got the fact that it sounds like they're not going to sign a bat of note. You've got him in the spin zone with Glaber. We're talking about not blocking prospects still. You tell me. Scott Harris, winter meetings. Jeff's on a cell, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Hi. Just to give you an update, I'm 60 years old, been a fan 45 years, so I've seen a lot of different directions this team has went, but this sounds just exactly like last trade deadline. We don't want to block people. We want to, keep this going for as long as we can, getting in the playoffs in an awful division. So it sounds, again, you both said it. It sounds like they're trying to repeat that. But I want to take you back to a time. Minnesota Twins, didn't they dominate, win this division 8-9 years in a row, and they never spent a penny? They got eliminated in the first round every single year.
Mm-hmm.
They had Gardenhire, a decent manager who would do like Hinch. He'd get the most out of his players, but they were never, ever going to be serious when they got there. Are we looking for – I don't want that same repeat. They were awful to watch, and I don't want a team that's awful to watch.
Well, I think that's exactly what they're doing. I think that's exactly the path you're on, especially if Tarik Skubal's not going to be a part of this. The reality check that needs to be had is that life is going to be incredibly different without Tarik Skubal. Incredibly different. These presumptions that, Melton or Job or whoever comes after Jack Flaherty or Reese Olson, that these players will, in a linear fashion, get better and better and better and better. No. And in fact, you have far better odds that a guy like Jackson Job stinks than ever becomes Skubal. Think about what I said before you attack me. So I'm just...
You're right. You're right on that. And just to add to that point is, it's like, do you want to fade out slowly like the Pistons did? Remember, they making the finals or making a run at the conference finals and then they faded away? Or do you want to go in and risk maybe having a big fall off?
Jeff, I think the answer is simple. When look, I am in no way saying Scott Harris has done nothing. I think he's done an incredible job on the organizational, working under the hood to get the development pieces in place, to draft well, to fix a Tiger organization that was way behind the times. Let me be clear. But then there's the other side of the job. We always talk about this with Brad Holmes. You can be a great drafter, but you have to be a great general manager. You have to use every lever that's available to you. Drafting, trades, free agency. There is no chill. You can't do it one way. It has to be always, every day. And that's the issue I have in this town when we look at our GMs. And again, Harris, Holmes, Yzerman. I'm not going to say Trajan. He hasn't been here long enough. These guys all want to do the draft, develop, and sign routine. You can't do it without free agency. You can't do it without trades. And if Scott, whether he has a directive or he doesn't personally want to spend, great, trades. These prospects aren't helping you win. You can protect a few of them. Hitch your wagon to them, right? Back the winning horses. And then we're going to weaponize those prospects to get real ball players on team controllable deals to help us win a World Series. Or spend. Hoard all your prospects. Keep all your little prospect bobbleheads on your desk. And you can talk to them every day. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Oh, look, Max Clark's head is bobbling around. Whee! You want to keep them all. That's fine. Spend. But doing nothing while you have the greatest pitcher in the game. Hey,
it's like baseball malpractice.
But if fans are tolerant of it, that's their prerogative. I don't have to be. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's a waste of everybody's time. Mm-hmm. Mind you, half these people were so mad at Tarik Skubal, I didn't even want him.
This is true, but Mike,
which is insane.
No, but they were mad, and it goes to what Skubal agent is saying. They were mad because you knew the second he came out of that game, chances are you're not going to win. Your best chances of winning was for Skubal to suck it up and just stay out there because he was all you had.
Everything Scott Harris has done has been bargain basement. Tommy Kahnle, bargain basement. Brandon Finnegan, bargain basement. All the other retreads that You've tried to bring up here, oh, we'll find another Bo Brisky. No, you won't. Even this Will Vest thing. You think I'm banking on Will Vest being the closer of this team to what? A bust in Cooperstown? Go get the real McCoy. No, you didn't go and get Duran. You didn't go and get Bednar. You didn't get the real McCoy. You want to fake it till you make it for some reason. Okay, well then, look, you can do that. But I laugh that, like, we have to accept it. No, we don't. It's not what I want to watch. If fans do, you're not wrong. Enjoy yourselves. Live your life. I want to watch players that are really good at baseball. I'm not interested in doing this Moneyball crap. I need Hildebrand at first. Now, Hatterberg at first. I'm not watching that. I'm tired of all of it.
I just watched that over the weekend.
It's a great movie, and I can appreciate it for what it is. And if you take the historical context into it to what they were attempting to do at the turn of the century, it was marvelous. But the reality is, this is an entertainment product. You want to get 3 million people through your gates, you need Tarek Skubals, and you need ball players. No one's paying to watch Jahmai Jones or Andy Ibanez or Zach McKinstry or any of these other nonsense. And please, I don't want to hear about, well, that's an all-star. No, it's not. 17 people died, and eventually they got to your name in the draft. Not trying to hear it.
Yeah, and I don't want to hear, well, remember back when they went all in and got all those big-name pitchers here, and what did they win? Nothing.
They got to the World Series.
I understand, but that's the flip side. Well, what happened, Mr. Smarty Pants, when they did all of that?
Cool.
And then nothing happened.
You know what? You're telling me you're a loser without telling me. Because if you're afraid of failure, or if you failed in life once and therefore never tried again, awesome. Enjoy being a divorcee who lives in a basement because you stopped trying.
Am I upset they never won? Sure. But they tried. And I appreciate every moment that they try. You go back and look and you think about the memories. It's like, oh, that was great.
Yeah.
You look at all the Cy Young winners, like, man, they had a loaded staff.
Yankees and Mets should just fold operations. They tried and it didn't work. Let's quit. A book by Rico Beard.
That's not me. I'm just saying, there are people out there that this is fine.
And they're losers.
We don't have to go that route. I've been saying, I don't think they're going to move him. I don't think they're going to re-sign him. But just go get him some help, please.
But if they keep him without the help, can you admit that's objectively stupid?
Oh, Mike, at that point, I don't even know why you would bother. Seriously, because they're not serious.
Like if he's here and their offseason is Drew Anderson. Speechless.
No, then they'll tell you about how the kids are going to be the answer.
Yeah, but you know the good part with this, when someone tells you who they are, say thank you. If this is truly who they are, I don't have to take it. Like I can just sit here. I don't have to take it serious.
I mean, the fact that
they can just be a fun summertime fling.
He truly looked shocked when they asked him those questions.
He was not ready. He did not look ready at all.
Did you not think that they're going to hit you? And you can't make a cute little joke and think that, oh, okay, well, what about this guy? No, let's circle back.
Jason Benetti doesn't ask me these questions. Yeah, exactly. This is MLB Network. It's a little different. Right. Yeah, no, so seriously, like, you really going to waste Skubal? Well, that's a hard question to answer. No, it's not.
It's really not. I mean, you should have a plan.
At any point in his quote, did he say, we want Tarek to retire as a Tiger?
No.
Did he say we're actively in negotiate? No.
No.
And then he goes and says, there are no untouchables.
But see, that's all he had. It was set up for him to say, yeah, look, man, in my world, you're right. He's going to retire a Tiger. We're going to try our very best to make sure we get this thing done. And he is out on the mound for us, a happy man on opening day. And that's it. You move on.
Cutscene.
And this ain't a story no more.
Hey, it's not a knock on Skubal, but there's no untouchables and it takes a village.
Right.
Goulet. That was a wild. You know what? It's probably better if he doesn't talk. We'll get some ticket texture phone calls as well. Then we'll get some
then
football.
You get Boris doing the Dr. Seuss rhyme.
Yeah, as goofy as Boris is, he has a point. Without Tarek Skubal, what is this team? He's not wrong.
No, he's not. And that's why every fan was angry when he left that game.
Take him to church, will you please?
All right, you guys, you've heard me talk about the Matrix basements that I had done for me. As a matter of fact, hey, come baseball season, I could watch the Tigers disappoint me in that basement. They can do the same thing for you. As a matter of fact, They can build your basement for you right now. Check out matrixbasements.com. They are offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. Rico, what is that? Well, glad you asked. That's the no interest, no payments for 24 months, 2 years, folks. Why wait for your dream space? There's no reason to wait at all. It's build now and pay later. Matrix Basements can get that basement done for you. As a matter of fact, if you call them right now, they'll have this thing done for you by the time the NCAA tournament rolls around. You can watch the Final Four in your brand new basement that you will absolutely love. Matrix Basements can deliver your dream space and make your payments as easy as ever with the Build Now, Pay Later program. 24 months, 0 interest, 0 payments. Build now, pay later, and enjoy a beautiful new basement sooner.
All right, David, ticket text. Then we'll get to the calls, turn our attention to some football. We got a little college. Rico's got a Chicago Bears take that I think is definitely worth discussing. But what's the feedback? David, before you read individual ones, what is the general consensus in the hour and a half we've been on the air from all of the Scott Harris quotes and audio?
Oh, people are pissed.
Okay, then.
People are upset. They are done with Scott Harris. They are done with the Detroit Tigers. That is the overall messaging that you're sending.
Oh, dear.
Harris is talking out of both sides of his mouth, and I'm really starting to dislike him. That is Mike in Colorado. I'm on the fence for buying Tiger season tickets. I love baseball. I love going to the ballpark, but nothing Scott Harris has done or said is going to push me to buy them. Someone says, just like clockwork, Harris is Yzerman. Yzerman is Harris. Can't block anyone, and we are not signing anyone. This baseball team isn't serious at all. I'm glad Harris spoke. Now I don't have to waste my summer watching this team go 81-81. Roy in Clarkston. Scott Harris and Brad Holmes are the most arrogant people in the world. I hate them. I have every right to.
Oh, my God.
Harris admitting to the playoffs or that the playoffs is the goal says it all. Like all of the GMs in this town, that's the standard now from our owners here. Contending for the playoffs every year is what they want, not a championship. This sucks.
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you for the polling results. And by the way, that's not the meanies at 97.1. Those are your customers. Okay? Let's go to June, 97.1. June, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? You guys pretty much nailed it the whole segment. But I got a little theory here. Bear with me.
Sure.
And I wish Cleveland would have hawked them down for the division lead because that stuck into exactly what's happening right now. I think Chris Ilitch is the real problem. I don't think he wants to spend. And the fact that they keep blowing smoke with this whole farm system, minor league, waiting on our guys, not blocking anybody, that's just kicking the can down the street, just blowing smoke, I feel like. They don't want to spend money. And the fact that they don't want to spend money, they're using all this smoke and mirrors because, like, the Pirates just offered Kyle Schwarber a $100 million contract. The Pirates. And I don't think they're serious. Chris Ilitch is born into the right family. I'm not sure he's big on spending money.
All right, but hold on.
Door for the next.
June, let me say this, though. It's important you guys start to understand this. Scott Harris believes what he's saying. He's not running cover for an owner. He believes this. So if you want to get mad at Chris Ilitch, which I have no problem with, I have no issue with that, believe me.
Right.
Be mad that he's just not more assertive in making demands. And say, like, because here's the thing, June, it doesn't require money to make trades. The player is the player. Like, look, if you know you have a new premium seating thing, or you know you've got this team that's made the playoffs and you want to take that next step, all right, you don't want to put $200 million on the table with the CBA expiring at the end of the year, then go out and make a damn trade. I know if I owned this baseball team, I'd be tired of hearing about all these kids in 2029 and 30.
And they've been kicking the can for 3 years on the same thing. This guy in single A, Clark Kent, whatever the kid's name is,
Max Clark.
Clark Kent. Max Clark, whatever. Who cares? It's like they're kicking the can, man. I'm sick of it. You guys have a good one, man.
You too. Appreciate it. You got it, June. And again, some of the prospects will be good. Some are going to be terrible. But you just, the idea that I think it's utterly hilarious that he came out today and said there are no untouchables in this organization after every bit of credible reporting at the trade deadline was these dudes are impossible. They're not willing to give up anything of substance.
He said he didn't want to be haunted by the ghost of giving away prospects. That's his words, not mine. But yet, nobody's untouchable. Until they are, I guess.
That's been the
that guy said something within that call, and I had to look it up to make sure he's
Clark
right.
Kent?
No, not Clark Kent. He's right. Regarding Schwarber, the Reds and the Pirates were also in on him. What are we doing? What are we doing to where we're letting the Reds and the Pirates in on a guy like this, and we're nowhere close? I get it. He's a lefty. I understand all that.
You're
But
mad
he's
at the
still a
principle.
bat.
You're mad at the principle.
Yes.
I understand.
Gosh, man. I'm
But
not pissed.
David, they got Glaber.
Oh my
David,
Lord.
you want them to go out there and be a player. I think everybody wants them. And this was the winter meeting because I'm like, okay, fine. Nothing at the trade deadline. Maybe you have something coming up for these meetings, and it looks as if it's going to be the same old song.
Tell you one
Rinse,
thing.
repeat.
After reading what they had to say about Glaber, they need to put a Dutch girl glazing station down at Comerica because they're operating a donut factory with that stuff.
He spoke more glowingly about Glaber than he did
I almost said Torek. Tarek.
It's like, wait, which one of these is your one of one? Because, well, you know, he's Yeah, we got 25 other players, and it takes the village and blah, blah, blah. Oh, but Glaber, let me tell you about him. This guy, the bat-to-ball ratio, he's one of the best. Okay.
Somebody tell me they got a Dutch girl booth down at Comerica. Hey. You can have the interns operate the glazing station. You catch a foul ball, they'll glaze it for you.
It'll be next on the menu this year.
He's everything we want. What?
The Glaber Torres donut.
They should. The Glazebor Torres.
See, right there.
It's done, man.
Strong
Done.
J.
I just moved product for them.
Strong J.
They'll charge you like $24 for a glazed donut, and it's got like a silhouette of Glaber's face on there.
Now with Bits.
You're bad. See, you're piling on, mister. Let's go to Sean, 97.1.
You've grown on me.
Sean, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how's it going? Hey, I've been following the hot stove today. I just want to get what would you say are your top 3 wish list guys for the Tigers here on this fine Tuesday afternoon?
Sure.
Yeah, obviously it definitely looks like they probably need a bullpen arm or maybe 2.
There's priority. That's a high priority a lot of people don't recognize. Is Sean, they just don't have swing and miss guys in that bullpen. And yes, I'm not saying run out and sign Edwin Diaz for $68 million over 3 years. No. But trades are a thing. So a lot of what I'm going to say to you is the free agency thing. I'm not one of these people who says spend like a drunk sailor. But to me, with the sheer amount, I mean, you have a 40-man roster crunch along with this glut of prospects. Like you have duality. I'll give you an example, Sean. You have 2 catching prospects that are primarily the same in Briseno and Lorenzo, right? You have to pick the one you covet. You have to trade the other. Makes no sense to keep them. I want to weaponize some of these prospects and get some help. Now, my biggest need is a right-handed bat. The perfect player for this team, who eventually, maybe as soon as next year, I think will end up at third base, will be Bo Bichette. I would just go get Bo Bichette. Full stop. I can moonlight him at short for a little bit. I know eventually he'll go to third. Bat-to-ball skills, batting average, pro's pro, probably capped at 20 home run power, but good enough for me. And I add that to the mix. The other thing I would do, Sean, since you've asked, I would take one of Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter, and I would trade them. And I would get pitching help that way. Because they are the same player, and I'm not going to be in the business of pinch hitting for these guys multiply in stretch drive games and playoff games.
Yeah, I definitely get where you're coming from there. There's a few other bullpen arms that I really like too. Big strikeout guys. I mean, a guy that Toronto traded for at the deadline, C. Anthony Dominguez. He seems like a pretty good bullpen guy. He was kind of buried in Baltimore's bullpen for a while, but he looks like a big time arm. Also, one other thing. What do you think about Kiter Montero maybe going into the bullpen? I'll just hang up and listen. I'll just hang up and listen, though, guys.
Yeah, you're fine. I think my problem with that, and it's also my problem with a guy like Pete Fairbanks. Like, look, Pete Fairbanks is not a high strikeout guy anymore. Last 2 seasons, I mean, I'm spitballing. I guarantee he's below 10. I think he's below 9. He might be below 8 per 9. He used to be a 12 or a 13. I don't want that. Same thing, Kiter Montero. We're going to fake it till we make it. How about you just go... Get the real thing. Get the real McCoy.
There you go.
You don't want Hydrox. You want Oreo.
There you go. You're a big boy. You got the money to spend. Go out and get the real thing.
Or trade for it, which is why I wanted Yohan Duran so bad. 3 years of team control. He's the real McCoy, and I get a cool spider intro.
Or
I can't take anymore.
You got Charlie Morton.
I hate you.
And a cockroach.
Well, he does have to pay $15 million to somebody who's about to retire, right?
Uh-oh. All right, FanDuel, number 1 sportsbook for SGPs, points, rebounds, threes, assists. FanDuel, best place. Combine your picks into an SGP. $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet what you like the way you want. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, that's enough from James Brown.
Look good.
Okay, that we know how the rest goes. I want to get to Dave. He's been very patient. That's the last of the School Bull calls. We'll move on. We'll get to football. I have a very interesting piece about Notre Dame now attacking the ACC. You just hate to see it. We'll do that in a minute. Dave, you get the last word. What's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, appreciate it. I've been grinding over this for months, and, I understand what is going on. I absolutely agree with your points, but we've got to look at the flip side. We got to equate baseball to a poker game and a poker table. Everybody gets a buy-in. Everybody plays. Hey, listen, Brad Holmes and Eisenman have no excuse. There's a salary cap. If we push all in and say we sign Scooble, say we sign Kyle Tucker or Bichette, say we make some other moves, and then after midseason, what's going to happen at the trade deadline? Oh yeah, hey, would you like to rebuy for another $500 million? Because the Yankees will, the Mets will, the Dodgers surely will, and we're going to be left being the flip side of that, the San Diego Padres. And I don't want to end up like that. And the guy who called about the Minnesota made a great point too. I don't want to be Minnesota either. No. But until there's a cap, and hopefully there's a strike in 27, they get it all fleshed out, and everybody's got the same amount of chips to play with, because it's a rigged game right now. And it kills me inside that you can't make a move either way. And I actually feel bad for Harris. But with Holmes and with Eisenman, they have no excuse. Everybody's got the same cap. They play within the same rules.
Yeah.
But we can't go down, and I don't want to be the Padres. We can't buy our way out of bad contracts because we pushed all the way in.
Well, you don't. But Dave, again, here's the problem, though. And I'm not saying this in a nasty way, so don't take it this way. That's a little bit of a straw man what you're arguing. Because you're not looking at trades as a part of the equation. I'm with you. I do not want nor expect this team to carry some $250 million payroll. No way. I get that. But Dave, they have a whopping $27 million on the payroll for 2027. They have nothing. This year it's about $100 million. Dave, trades matter. Like, you go out and make trades for guys that have team control. You're not spending on those players, but you're getting great players.
I agree with you, but you know what? It's also, look, it's the fantasy football type of trade to where they don't want to do it because they're going to look bad. So they don't want to trade a Durant, right? Even though we'll give them prospects, even though we can make these kind of trades, they don't push the button anymore like they used to.
No, and that's
just try to spend their way out of it.
But my thing is, other teams are making those deals. You have no excuse not to, especially if you have payroll constraint. And if you are concerned, rightfully, about the CBA, Dave, the Tigers have the best farm system and the best motivation to be in the trade market. That's the point. It takes away the crutch, the boogeyman of the payroll. If you go out and you trade for a player making $8 million and he's on team control and he's got 2 more years of arbitration, who gives a damn?
Right.
That's been my point from the beginning. I wanted one premium signing that would take your payroll to still be $50 million under league average. Think about that. One premium signing, you'd still be $50 million under league average.
Saying what, take it to 130, 140?
You'd be 120, 130, something. Good Lord.
I know.
Then you fill with the trades.
But then you can fill with the kids and make up the difference.
That's the whole point. And it's like, man, if Scott Harris believes what he's saying, look out. David, ticket text, and I got this Notre Dame thing if you want it.
It takes all 25. What 25? You have maybe 3 Major League everyday bats in your lineup. Stop putting a team out there that is short-handed. Did he say we made the playoffs easily? Yeah, right. What a clown. He truly doesn't understand what's going on.
I don't think he said easily.
He didn't say
I think
easily.
He said they made it back-to-back, and they had a credible shot to win the World Series. Now, that was the dishonest remark. They had absolutely next to no chance to do it. That if that Tiger team won the World Series, you need a Miracle on Ice movie starring Kurt Russell. Stop. To say you had a credible chance. That is intellectually dishonest.
I'm with Mike 100%. I think Scott Harris needs to be shot out of a cannon to the moon. How is he running this franchise? It is disgusting.
He's running it the way he wants to run it. He believes in this. Like, I'll defend the guy in this regard. He's not running cover for Chris Ilitch. Talk to people in baseball. He believes this. You can make fun of his beliefs. That is fine. But don't act like he doesn't believe it and poor Scotty's being victimized by his owner. No, he believes in running a team this way. From everything I've been told, he believes this.
No one is untouchable, and we don't have to block out guys. Pick a path and go with it. But don't play both sides of the fence.
Dude, he was everywhere.
He was. Rather than just say, we're going to do our best to make sure that we re-sign Skubal. That's it. Done.
He sounds like Brad Holmes when asked about the pass rusher situation. A real we're good mentality right now. We should be worried.
The difference is this. Brad Holmes has a belief in the people of now. Scott Harris is telling you without telling you, I don't have my real people until 2027-28. That's the difference.
Yeah. And it's going to be unfortunate because I do think that in the end, it's going to be very little done. I'm going
to leave my heart open to love.
They're pumping up Gleyber Torres. That tells me we're good.
Do you think they could get, what if they dipped Gleyber's bat in glaze and sent him up to the plate? Gleyber Torres. Donut night at the ballpark.
Trust me.
People, what we're referring to, if you've just tuned in, the love letter that Scott Harris wrote to Gleyber. I mean, you'd think they signed a 12-time All-Star. It's remarkable. Yeah. Basically, he's everything you want. He's dreamy.
And the reason why you're not excited, because he was here last year. But if we took the name off and we just told you, we got this guy and look at these stats, you'd be so excited.
Psyched. All right, 90. That's it. David, hit it. All right, touch table on some football here as we continue along on a very snowy Tuesday. David.
You know, we may need to get the Jameis Duval in there. I like that one.
I'm happy to add that to the collection. I am. I like him as a backup.
Yeah.
Your idea, him as a starter.
I said for a year.
I need to have you drug tested.
No. For 1 year.
One game.
Okay.
Carry on.
Whatever.
What do you want to know?
Let's talk some college. Your favorite sport, college football. Before we get to the college football playoff questions I have for you for 9 of the 12 teams who could possibly win it all, let's start off with Notre Dame, the team that got left out.
Yes.
Notre Dame athletic director Pete Bravacqua basically said he didn't like some of the tactics that the ACC did. And in an interview, he said, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they've done certain permanent damage between the conference and Notre Dame. If you're Notre Dame, what are we doing here? Are you coming to a kind of a breakup? Because it's not really it's not a divorce because you guys aren't together.
It's simple. So Notre Dame liked it as long as they could just pimp into eternity. Hey, we're not going to join your conference. You're just going to be our hoe. So we're going to sign this deal, and we'll pimp you out and play 4 of your Rudy Poo little teams. And, we're still not going to join your conference. But the conference, the hoe in this instance, has rights. The ACC needed to get Miami in. They had to take care of their constituents. Right. And Notre Dame's sitting here like,
the ACC wasn't willing to spend the day after Thanksgiving with you.
Pimps and hoes. That's all this.
They didn't want the day after Valentine's. They wanted actual Valentine's Day.
I mean, this Bobby Bevilacqua's got a real pendulous set on him.
They've gone full Karen, Mike.
They have. They have gone crazy plain lady.
Yeah, they want to speak to the manager.
There's a colonial era woman churning butter on the wing. They are. Dude, Notre Dame is wild. Yeah, you're right. They've hurt the business relationship. You know what I would say if I were the ACC? Cool, tear up the deal. We're not scheduling you.
And that was my next question. If you're the ACC,
done.
Do you answer to this? Or?
They can go find a different pimp. They don't like the way Don Juan's treating them anymore. No, this is ridiculous. I wouldn't play him. You know what should happen right now? Nobody play Notre Dame. And then see how fast Notre Dame comes running to join a conference. I've never understood why people continue to platform these idiots.
Because it's Notre Dame, it makes no sense, Mike.
When you finish a sentence and it ends in that's not a convincing point.
No, because it's an argument that has been around for the last 40 years.
You go, because it's Notre Dame and I'm like, no.
Yeah, but it is. It's for 40 years, people have been asking that question, and in the end, people line up to play Notre Dame.
I know, and I don't know why. Like when Notre Dame turned the Big Ten down, as much as I enjoy playing Notre Dame for historical purposes, the Big Ten's power flex would have been cool. This is circa 99. Mm-hmm. You don't play Michigan. You don't play Michigan State. You don't play Ohio State. You don't play Northwestern. You don't play Purdue.
You know what? Notre Dame is like that ultimate salesman who could just make you feel special. Like, look. I don't want to play in the Big Ten, but you know what? You're better than the Big Ten.
Can we hire that person at Odyssey?
I just want to play you because, we don't need to split money with the Big Ten. You and I. This is all that matters.
Next.
All right. Let's go to 9 of the teams because I don't think the last 3 teams have a chance at winning the college football playoffs. So we're just going to start with Alabama. Sorry, Paul, but I don't believe Miami has a chance to win. So I'm not going to start with Miami.
You don't even have they're only a 3.5-point dog against A&M.
You can go to Miami.
I mean, Paul Serra is here as a guy born and bred in Florida, a Miami loyalist. He's not one of these fly-by-night Miami fans.
Okay, well, Paul, here's what
Who are we kidding? They have no chance.
I know.
Next.
Why Miami will win? Football is an efficiency game. Why Miami will lose?
Mario Cristobal?
Why Miami will win would be their front four. It's a ferocious defensive line. Why they will lose? Carson Beck away from home is a different bird. and
Mario Cristobal.
Cristobal's poopy pants.
All right. Let's go to number 9, Alabama. Why they will win? They are battle tested. They're Alabama, for God's sake. While they'll lose,
Ty Simpson's back.
They haven't looked like a playoff team since week 8.
No, Ty Simpson's back. He doesn't look healthy. They can't run the ball, and they don't stop the run. Other than that, how was the play, Miss Lincoln?
David?
Those are just facts.
No. That's
the Ty Simpson back thing is not a fact, but if you watch him play, something's wrong. Ty Simpson throws it. His accuracy's been going downhill for 5 weeks.
Okay. Let's go to Oklahoma. Why they will win it all?
John Mateer.
They got the best defense in the country. Well,
I wouldn't go that far.
One. While they would lose it all, while they won't win, they can't score.
Correct.
So.
See, and that's why I would say, one, they can win. Why? It's because of Mateer, because they have a month to prepare, basically.
You have to have the unicorn be a unicorn.
Yes, correct.
Along to Rico's point, the front four I really like. Linebacker level I really like. Secondary, they can be had.
All right, let's go to A&M. Mike, why can they win it all?
They have all the pieces. I mean, between Concepcion and Shavers and Marcel Reed, you've got the running backs. Defensively, they've gotten a lot better. They're a really good football team. If you wanted a long shot, I'd pick A&M.
Okay. And, yeah, they...
Why won't they? Because they're a creepy cult who hasn't won a conference in 40 years.
I was going to say, the reason why they won't, they peak too soon.
And they dress up like milkmen and do weird chants.
It is a weird chant. The milkman. Yes. That they do look like milkmen.
That's a weird crew.
It is. All right.
Next.
All right, let's go to the number 6 team. Your boy, Ole Miss Rebels. Why they will win? Vengeance. Coach is gone. Us versus the world.
Okay. That's like when you finish a sentence with yeah. That is not a reason. No. That is not a reason. Say Trinidad Chambliss. Say something.
Okay.
Don't offer me vengeance.
And quarterback play. Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah.
Why they will lose?
Because they're Ole Miss.
Run defense.
That too.
Yeah. Pass defense is okay, but the run defense, no.
Yeah, they're good. I just don't think they're great.
And, revenge factor. It's gone. Oregon Ducks, quack, quack. Why they will win? Big plays, and they can force 3 and outs. While they will lose?
Because they sponsor Pretty Litter defensively up front.
More disruption is needed.
And they're just, someone is going to line up and hammer the ball, and they don't handle it well. And I don't trust Dante Moore in a big spot. He's come a long way, but he still makes some of those throws, and you go, uh-oh.
All right, let's go with the number 4 team, the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Why they will win it all?
Oil money.
We've talked about it. They got the best front 6 in the country.
It's nasty. And that linebacker's like 30 with 3 kids and married. Rodriguez?
He's got real problems. He's got Pampers to buy.
He's really good. And the D-line, dominant. They don't let you run the football. You just won't gain a yard.
Why they won't? Red zone offense.
Yeah, Baron Morton, the red zone offense. They missed Taj Brooks from last year. It's not the same. Agree.
Georgia Bulldogs.
Oh, boy.
According to ESPN, they will win it all because they are mean again.
They are. They run it, and they stop the run. 2 critical things. And they have just enough when they get it going with Gunnar Stockton. It looks a lot like the Stetson Bennett version. Now, why they won't win? No pass rush. None. They look like Michigan State with cooler uniforms. They have no pass rush.
Also, lack of big plays. All right, let's go to the number 2 team, the Ohio State University, the Buckeyes. Why they will win it all?
Most talented team in America.
Yeah. They are the defending champions, and, they have NFL wide receivers and a safety in Caleb Downs. Why they won't?
Ryan Day will lose his mind.
Yeah,
because he still does it. And I don't trust this kicker as far as you could throw him. How far could you throw a 160-pound person? 4 or 5 feet tops? That's what I trust fielding.
I've always been shocked. Like teams like that, you can't go find a kicker. And people are, well, you think it's so easy? You're like, yeah, go get somebody off the soccer team and be like, hey, do you want people to actually watch your games? Come play football. All right.
But they have the complete package, and I'm not going to use the Indiana Big Ten championship game as some referendum that they can't get it
No,
done.
the reason why they can't is Ryan Day will all of a sudden just do things like that. How they finished the game off on the 3rd and 1, rather than lining up and just trying to get the first down, they're going to do the cutesy play and then kick the field goal instead of, you know what? We're Ohio State. Let's beat Indiana. Let's win this thing. Speaking of Indiana, the Hoosiers, why they will win it all?
I'd say their defense. I think their defense is just perfect. The zones, simulated pressure, a lot of blitzing, fierce front. They have an NFL corner. They have an NFL linebacker. They have an NFL edge, so something at every level. Rico, they're just so assignment sound.
See, I would say no real weaknesses. Offense, they can score points. Defense, if you want to play a slugfest.
I know, but man, Mendoza's a boner. I'm sorry. The post-game interview, I just had big Kirk Cousins vibes. I couldn't do it. He was one step from sitting in his fancy fire pit and reading a Bible story. I can't do it.
Why they won't win it all. Lack of experience of being there, the pressure, and
I don't buy that.
No?
That's another one of those end the sentence and things. No, they just squared up with OSU. They were in the playoff last year.
But Indiana has not had to go through a gauntlet in the last 2 years where they had to play this team, followed by this team, followed by this team.
Okay. Okay. Mendoza's a goofball.
But I thought the Big Ten was good. They didn't have to go through a gauntlet.
Okay, Jim Costa.
I don't know. Just because the man just didn't swear on TV.
It's not about the swearing. It's about the rehearsed BS. It's about that Eddie Haskell nonsense. Oh, flippity dippity. The Hoosiers are in the playoff.
So if he came out and said boats and hoes, you would have loved him.
I would love him if he'd stop yelling into the camera.
He's very excited. He just won the Big Ten championship.
Take it elsewhere. That's not Big Ten class.
What's Big Ten?
Remember that? Remember when they booed? What was the commish? They booed him and he goes, oh, there's that Big Ten class.
Oh, yeah. Connor Cook didn't bend down to Archie Griffin, and he got booed for that as well.
That
all right.
disrespectful
I know.
bastard.
That's your college football blitz. 97-1.
Time's running out to get your health insurance for 26. Call Mike Papura. Only time he could change it, well, right now, and you don't have time to waste, so don't waste it. Let Mike get to work for you. National Benefit Plans. He will shop health insurance carriers on and off the marketplace. He'll show you a variety of options. And bottom line, he'll be your consultant. Call Mike Papura now. 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200. Or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, let's get to business. What?
Nothing.
What's the issue?
I was just listening to your additions to that song.
Don't worry about it. I did nothing.
Okay.
You have a Bears take. And I think it warrants discussion because obviously the rest of the week we'll start to gear up for Lions-Rams on Sunday, which is these are all must-wins now. There's no you're not going to be allowed to lose a game and feel good about it. You're not going to be able to lose a game and not need a ton of help. They have to beat the Rams if they want to have a legit shot to get in. But there's something else that feeds that opinion, and I think it's partly what you're about to say.
Yeah, and I just want to know for Lions fans out there, can you be honest right now and set aside your bias for the Chicago Bears and how much you've always hated the Bears and screw the Bears and all of that? Can we just be honest for a little bit and just really ask this question? Look, the Bears right now are the biggest threat to the Lions. The Bears are holding on to your playoff spot. You either need to beat them in Week 18 and you need them to lose some games in order for you to reclaim that spot. But it's not just about this season. I'm talking about the near future. Guys, what is the ceiling for Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson, and the Chicago Bears? They're a young team, and they're about 4 draft picks away from being the best team in the North. Lions fans, how do you view the Bears? Are the Bears the new threat to the North? Not the Packers, not the Vikings, but the Chicago Bears, because every time I'm watching the Bears, look, they lose to the Packers, and I'm sitting there, and look, there's no such thing as a moral victory, but I'm impressed of what I'm watching with this team.
There's the point. Just stop right there. Like, this can just be super simple. It's peanut butter and jelly. Everybody was so quick to just say the Bears are going to crash and burn. And what did they do? They went and beat the Eagles in Philly to the tune of 300 yards rushing. Now, they'll crash and burn now. They had the football at the 14-yard line with a chance to beat the Pack in Lambeau, and they played an incredible second half, not only to stay in the game, but to be in a position to tie it, to maybe win it. Mm-hmm. Look.
And this is all just in the first year under Ben Johnson.
That's the point. All I would tell you is I will be more surprised than not if the Bears last 4 games don't go at least 3-1. Yeah. I mean, I expect them to beat the Browns. I expect them to beat the Niners. I expect them to beat the Packers. I could queue up a loss in the last game based on they may not need it.
And that's just it. If they go that route, I think you're almost mathematically eliminated at that point.
You just need a lot of help. It's why I've said without beating the Rams, it's all wasted energy. But no, I feel like, I said this on the Sunday night show, you don't have to make fun of a team when they lose. Like, you're never going to champion it. But it was the idea of going to Green Bay in a game that you were supposed to get beat. Mm-hmm. And you're supposed to get beat handily. I thought they played a really credible game, and in the second half, they battled back by running the football, controlling TOP, winning the line of scrimmage. That's playoff football. Right. And despite Wojo's sarcasm in the bullpen last night, Caleb Williams was very good.
Yeah. And the fact that at the end of the game, Micah Parsons is giving him all types of praise, saying he's a problem. Like, I'm trying to catch this guy, and he just keeps eluding me. And it's like, that's Micah Parsons. That's one of the best defenders out there. And he's saying, look, man, Caleb is a problem.
Yeah.
That got me to, like, this team, like Kyle Monungai, like, really? He looks like he's still at Rutgers the way he's playing. They don't have the toys that the Lions have of, oh, we got Gibbs and we got Montgomery and we got J-Mo. They're doing this with a bunch of young guys that they got through their draft picks. They go full drafting of defense this year, and they hit, let's say they hit on 4 or 5 of the 6 players that they
Yeah, but see, you're going to a place that doesn't need to go.
Okay.
Who gives an F about next year?
Okay.
I'm talking right now.
All right.
Is it time for Lions fans to stop acting like
and
it's
just own the fact that the Bears are a good team?
Yeah,
and the Bears are actually
And that you may not go to Soldier Field and beat them.
Better than you.
No, if you want to take it there, take it there. My point is, it's not a fait accompli that the Bears are going to fall apart and miss the playoffs. I do think that needs to stop. No, next year, you're right. I'm not playing fly swatter. If anyone thinks what Ben Johnson's doing is cute or somehow synthetic, invalid, no, make no mistake, there's a very good possibility the Chicago Bears and the Green Bay Packers are going to be better than you next year. That's not the conversation for now, but no, you're not wrong.
Oh, not right. Now they're in your way and they're not going to collapse because everybody kept telling me, oh, just wait. They're the Bears. They can't keep this thing going. They'll start losing. Caleb's a weirdo. Ben Johnson's not that good. Guys, they are that good. Caleb is winning, and he's getting better each game.
Here's an idea. It should look really familiar what the Bears are turning into because it's exactly what you turned into. Instead of Dan Campbell, it's Ben Johnson. But they loaded the wagon on the O-line. They drafted a running back and signed a running back. Sound familiar? Yeah. They went out and drafted some elite skill players, and you have an offensive genius calling the plays. And yes, you bombed them in week 2 when they weren't a finished product.
The fact of when I watched, I think it was the play they scored their last touchdown on, and I'm sitting there saying, I've seen this play before. I mean, he took it straight from what the Lions did, where they fake it, tight ends wide open. He schemes guys wide open, and they are a problem. So 248-539-9797, Lions fans, can we get over the fact of that you think that the Bears are going to be hot garbage and then just admit they're a problem?
Yeah, are the Bears on your radar, or do you still think this is a gimme the last week of the season and you're just going to beat the Bears because, well, we beat them in week 2? Look, wins and losses matter. That's why tiebreakers exist. But the team you played in week 2 is not who you're facing in week 18. Just like you have a right to get better, they have a right to get better. Teams, it's better or worse. There's no static. Yeah. So, yes, the Bears have earned my respect. That win in Philly, combined with the effort they had in Green Bay in a game that I thought when it went to 14-3 at the half, they gave up the bomb, I went, okay, they're about to get railroaded.
The win in Philly was a shot heard around the world. That's when everybody said, okay, maybe we need to start paying attention to the Bears because I think everybody had them written off. Okay, but you're not going to beat the Eagles. Right. You've beaten a bunch of bad teams, and yeah, that's cute and all of that. No, guys, Bears, good.
Yeah, here's the other one too, and I admit it. Is Caleb a weird kid? Yep. But let's move that to the side. He's almost impossible to sack right now. From a guy who got sacked 65 times last year to a guy on 33 unblocked pressures this year, meaning free rusher. You know how many times he's been sacked? 0. He's really learned how to escape.
Like I said, when Micah Parsons is giving you your props, I'm listening.
Yeah, he sucks.
Like Mike is like, no, he's a tough guy to deal with, and just when you think you got him, you don't. Yeah, this team, and I'm looking at the way that they just get guys open, and they're getting better and better each week. Script writers, it's week 18, winner take all, but they may not even need that. If they do exactly what you say,
if they do their job, that's
if they win their next 3.
Well, I think it's just ultimately they have the Browns. And then they have, I believe, the Niners.
Right.
Or no, they have the Packers. Look, if they win this, all I'm saying is their effort in Lambeau allows me to say with a straight face, I think they can hold serve at home. Mm-hmm. If they do that, that hurts the Lions badly.
Yeah.
You need the Packers to beat the Bears twice to give you your best chance. The point I want to make is, even if that happens, you still have to beat the Rams, but you would have to beat the Bears. And I'm not convinced you're going to Soldier Field the last week of the year and doing that. Mm-hmm. So do the Bears have your attention? Because to me, there are no super teams. I think the Rams are as close to a super team as there is. I don't think there's this discussion about anyone being hyper elite. That's not what this is. Mm-hmm. I think part of it is, if you're honest about what the Lions are, you're moving them down off the pedestal, and you're taking the Bears out of the gutter and bringing them to the street. Yeah. That's all this is.
Yeah, you can stop calling the Bears cute. They're actually good. All right, let me tell you, if you're an NBA fan, well, you need to get Xfinity. Why? Because the setup is the perfect setup for you, okay? Because you all know somebody and they're like, hey, come over to the game. No, I'm not. Why? Because your setup's not prime time. You're fumbling with the inputs. The picture is glitchy. You're searching for channels. You end up missing parts of the game. Honestly, you just don't want to do that. That's why I'm telling you, if you truly call yourself a sports fan, you absolutely have Xfinity like I do. Imagine the NBA, all your teams, all your games, all in one place. Made easy. Find your favorite games with the speed and ease of a seasoned pro. And guys, here's the best part. Xfinity gives you fan view. They're the only people that do. You get live scores, stats, betting odds right there on your screen while you watch. No pausing, no switching, no next game. So next game day, just make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Tell your friend, get Xfinity, proud partner of the NBA. Xfinity, imagine that. Learn more at Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. X1 box required.
All right, let's get to the people. It's just a question, and I think it's an appropriate one that Rico has asked. Do the Bears have your attention? Do the Bears have your respect? Because the prevailing thought, certainly a month ago, and still to a big extent, but a little less a couple weeks ago before Black Friday, was they're fake, they'll crumble, we'll be fine. They're not crumbling. The win in Philly mattered, the way they did it. That running game that bludgeoned them, they took it to Lambeau. and they fought their way in that game and dominated TOP. You put a 17-play drive on the Green Bay Packers, and in Lambeau in December. Ben Johnson has it going. Now, I'm not saying they're better than you, but I don't think it's fair to say they're a whole lot worse than you. And not in your dreams. I'm talking about the actual Lions where guys like Sam Laporta and Brian Branch are dead. So I no longer view Week 18 as this layup. I wouldn't feel good about going to Chicago in a winner-take-all game. And I don't feel like the Bears are just going to lose in continuum anymore. I don't. Like, I expect them to beat the Browns. I'm not saying anything will be easy. But yes, I think they beat the Browns. Yes, I think they hold serve against the Pack. And if they do that, that's the nightmare scenario. So do they have your attention? You tell us. To the people, shall we? Go to Rico, 97.1. Hello, Rico.
Okay.
All right. Well, good talk. We'll see if Rico's available later. He's
We'll
a little
circle back.
little busy. We'll go to James, 97.1. James, what's going on, buddy?
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yes, sir.
Listen, ever since the bitter end of last season, I wanted to watch Ben Johnson fail in Chicago. Everybody did. It's understandable, but people are just acting stupid now. Like, if you liked watching good football, if you enjoy watching good games, last night's game was a good game, right? I mean, if you look at what's happening with the Bears, between Caleb Williams, you saw the escape artist graphics that they had up, the last game. He's on the run throwing with such accuracy to receivers who are on the run. The things you're seeing him do are so good. The running backs are breaking through defenses of all different qualities. And, if you take this team on the field, and if we're being really honest with ourselves, which I think is what your whole point is, Mike, strip away all the logos, strip away all the colors, hide all their faces, and you have to admit they're playing great football.
Yeah, and it's not to say you can't get it done. It's that I just don't think that team's going to do a whole lot of favors for us. And James, if you played that game tomorrow in Chicago, how confident are you you're winning that game?
You can't be as confident as you were at the beginning of the season, which is exactly your point. I think that, I'm not going to take a lot of time here, but really the reason is that we're bitter. We know the difference between watching good football and watching bad football because we were such a bad team for so long. The idea of us even making it into the playoffs was unimaginable. So we know the difference when we're watching it. But people are biased. So if you're not acting biased and you're watching Chicago Bears, we have a problem.
And James, I would say James, I would say how much of this is people just wanting this to fail year one for Ben Johnson? You can't go to Chicago and be good in year one. You need to fail. Mm-hmm. You need to cut your teeth. You need to hit rock bottom.
Yeah, it's most of it because, like you said, it's year one, right? They're just getting started. So, are they going to be the best NFL team, next year overall? Probably not, but they're not far off. And you can't come in there and say they're going to roll over. So I've been impressed, to be honest with you, as much as it pains me to say that.
Oh, it sucks. You hate seeing a divisional rival get good. You got it, James. But this Ben Johnson thing is a thing. And I look to Rico's point. I mean, it's definitely a conversation for a different day. It's guys, they ain't going to stop. They're here. Like, they're going to be a problem for you next year. Green Bay they're a barnacle. You never can scrape them off the bottom of a boat. And if Minnesota gets the QB thing right, yeah, neighborhood's getting a hell of a lot tougher. That's why we talk about windows. That's why we talk about your optimized window to win it all. That's why I'm stressing about this season with the Brian Branch thing, because now I feel like, okay, even if we win, even if we get in, I have a hard time saying this team can win a Super Bowl, which means the year was a waste.
And for those who don't believe in windows, if you kind of take a look at it, for the last 3 years, you've been taking steps backwards. Even though last year you were 15-2, you were out of playoffs in the first week, and now you won't win your division. Probably not. I think mathematically very difficult. You're going in as a wild card, whereas last year you were the best team. Your window is real, Brad.
Uh-oh. Steve, 97.1. Stevie, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, gentlemen, lovely. I'm doing great. You guys have have you thinking. The thing with me, when Chicago Bears brought in Ben Johnson, I knew right away they were being serious. They weren't bringing in an idiot. And that number one told me there was going to be a little bit of a pill I was going to have to swallow. And that's okay. I mean, I don't have any problem. I like having it be, hard in the sense of you're working hard. Nothing's going to be, totally easy. You're going to have some easier games, but, teams are going to push you kind of like what Minnesota did last year. But guys, I have my confidence level for any of the games that they have left is not at an all-time high. It's at about a medium. And the thing that, I know you guys feel the same way.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I have an easier time saying the season is not going to end the way I want it to than to say I think we got a really, really, really good chance. So, and I wanted so much earlier to talk to you guys about with Harris and that, but that would have made me throw up on the side of the road, so I didn't want to do that either. But guys, I'm sorry, guys. I just get so tired. And the thing is, I don't know which one of you said it. It might have been you, Rico, when you said, I know you said it a lot. Our window of opportunity is a real good chance is closing with lots of nails. No, screw the nails. Lots of screws in them, in that coffin, because we don't have a GM that's, like you said, doesn't want to go all in. Take that chance. The Rams took that chance with Stafford. Stafford didn't prove that he was a playoff winning quarterback, but they said, you know something? We like him. We like his arm. We think we can do it with him. Let's go all in. And we got lucky that we got Goff. I even think someone even said, oh, that was a great trade because we got Goff. No, they threw the son of a gun in because they couldn't have two quarterbacks.
Well, they had gotten out of the Jared Goff business. They had enough.
Well, exactly.
They didn't want him anymore.
Exactly. Right. And I don't blame them. You get to a point where I'm almost to that point with several players on the team. Guys, why we're like Captain Injury Plague, and I don't know what that is. I don't know if there's a frickin' voodoo doll by somebody out there stabbing our guys in the ankles or whatever, but I'm telling you, something's got to go, and we got to do something. Otherwise, guys, in 2 to 3 years, we could be back to that 3-14 team.
No.
And that will make me throw up. Don't say that, Mike.
Nah, Steve, you got it. Hold on. You want to say 7 or 8? I'll live with it. Hold on.
Wait,
your
no.
infrastructure.
That's the part of your New York that left. Michigan has changed you.
Steve. No, Michigan hasn't changed me. 3 wins.
Bust my chops.
I'm not going to bust your chops. It's a simple comment. If you want to say they're going to fall off, I'm with you. 3 wins? What, did everybody die? From Sewell to Branch to ASB to Jahmyr Gibbs. To look at the amount of players you've kept. If you go 3-14, you're the New York Giants. Now, I'm sorry. I just think you're a little emotional on a snowy Tuesday.
Right. Probably looking at very similar like David, your Steelers, where you're always relevant, but maybe you're not great.
That's all I was trying to say to Steve, and anyone to break my balls.
Hey, you've been in Michigan too long. You've lost your New York itch.
I can't win.
Come on!
No, I'm not angry enough for him, and then I'm too mean for most. You can't win.
Don't take any. That guy had too much coffee or something. So
My real
just
question
let
is,
that slide.
Why are you trying?
Hmm?
Why are you trying?
Trying what?
You said you can't win. I said don't even try.
I don't know. Ask Doug. He said today was like National Brownie Day or something. Maybe that's more my speed now.
Maybe we should have got him the bittest brownie.
Me bringing up Wilford Brimley's commercial one time has led to a week of Rico and random Bittis drops. Diabetes. Get your diabetes supplies. It's like, dude, you're not even saying you're here telling people to buy supplies for a disease that you are woefully mispronouncing.
Oh, you mean diabetes?
Diabetes.
That's what I said. Diabetes.
Like, how did they cast Wilford Brimley for that? And then they do the dry run and they don't say, all right, cut. Wilford, please, can you enunciate a little more? It's diabetes. Diabetes. Like, where was the director?
It's a good thing you didn't have to pronounce chlamydia.
Right. Right. Chillamandidea. I mean, my goodness. All right.
Got that Chillamandidea.
Just gonna. There's really no great transition from that to telling you about pizza, but this is where we've arrived. It's Hungry Howie's. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I'd like to apologize to Rob and all the Hungry Howie's family. It's simple. A night like tonight, you do not want to stop at the grocery store. You don't want to cook. Let Hungry Howie's take care of that for you, okay? Their mix and match deal, it makes it so simple. Get dinner on the table in about 30 minutes. And whether it's the salads, the baked subs, yes, the pizzas with the flavored crust that they invented, $7.49 each on that mix and match menu, and you can dig into whatever duos, trios you want to. Everybody wins, and you didn't have to cook. No cleanup. It's Hungry Howie's. Get it taken care of. Go to hungryhowies.com for that mix and match deal for a limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's.
So last night's game, just bad football all around. Jalen Hurts had 5 turnovers, 2 turnovers on one play. They have had 9 turnovers in 3 games, lost those 3 games, and have scored 21 or less in all 3 games. Is there a Jalen Hurts problem or a Nick Sirianni problem with the Eagles?
Oh, boy. I would probably say it's a little bit of both. I think it's just an Eagles problems with the Eagles. I think there's a lot of things going wrong with this team, David. And I've said for the longest that this is a team that thrives on chaos, but I think the chaos is starting to catch up to them. And I think you're starting now to see people pressing, especially now they're in this losing streak. So you're seeing guys just going out on, even when they score touchdowns, you're getting an offensive holding and it brings the call back. Everybody's playing out of their lane. They're not doing what made them Super Bowl champions.
Loss of a coordinator again. This Kevin Patullo's done a bad job. But the other thing is, you've seen some reporting. There's tension between teammates and Jalen Hurts. And I'm not some psychologist. I can just tell you, watching the game last night, even down to that last play, I do not like Jalen Hurts' body language. He looks like he is in a fog. I don't know what is going on. I'm with you, Rico. It's all of it is weird. It feels a lot like 3 years ago when they collapsed down the stretch and lost in the first round of the playoffs. It's very bizarre what's happening.
Yeah, because this is the year that, you know what, if you have to go to Philly to play them in the playoffs, you're cool with that.
Are you? Because they beat your ass.
I was about to say, except for
you don't get to be cool with anything here in Detroit. They beat your ass.
To your point, Mike, I do think there's a reason more than just him maybe not wanting to be home. There's a reason why they brought Brandon Graham back for that locker room. Something else is going on, and they said, you know what? We need you in here.
And now I guess in all fair, Jalen Carter didn't play last night.
Neither did Lane Johnson. Yeah. But again, everyone's got injuries. Well, call the ambulance. Your quarterback turned it over 5 times, twice on one play.
By the way, you mentioned Lane Johnson. The Eagles are now 15-27 when he doesn't play.
He's their Penei Sewell. He's their dominant right tackle. He's been a phenomenal player, but injuries are really starting to stack up for him.
And so the Chargers won last night, and Jim Harbaugh had a viral quote after the game. He says Harbaugh said he would put this game into discussion, the best moments of his life, including the birth of my 7 children and my marriage. Why does he continue to do this stuff? Why?
Just leave me out of this.
You know what?
Rico, you take this.
No, this is one where personal growth, I was going to make a comment. I'm just going to move on. David, he's a weirdo. I think that's a PC way of saying it. He's just a weirdo, and weirdos do weird things, and they say weird things that make no sense only to them and the people who love him so. Like, oh, that's a great. It really wasn't. This game should not compare to any of those other things. You didn't win the Super Bowl. You won a regular season NFL game on a Monday night at home.
Correct. Let's touch on the Indianapolis Colts for just a quick second. Yes, Phillip Rivers has been signed back to their practice squad, but that's not what I want to focus on. Daniel Jones, of course, tore his Achilles. And then the trade deadline, they traded 2 of their first-round picks to get Sauce Gardner. So what does their future look like at the quarterback position?
Well, they're in trouble now. Look, they made the Sauce move. You didn't plan on Daniel Jones having a potential career-ending injury. You can't calculate that. Now, I know what's going to happen in the gotcha society we live in. Now they're going to act like they knew Daniel Jones' Achilles would explode. Yeah. I think...
Remember, Daniel Jones was a potential MVP candidate at the beginning of the year.
I think you can explore trades a different way. Kyler Murray will not cost you a lot trade-wise. It'll cost you a lot financially. Mac Jones will probably sign a Baker Mayfield-type contract, meaning about $30 million a year, not $60. They're going to have to go an alternate way.
You know what? You need a space filler, Mike, and I'm not trying to be funny, but this is where maybe if you're Indy, you go after a Jameis Winston, somebody who can just get you by. David, stop making that face.
Oh, my
Just
God.
Get you by for a year until Daniel Jones is
Every
back.
once in a while, Rico uncorks one of these football takes, and I just go, is he messing with me or what?
No.
Jameis Winston, if he's a starter for 17 weeks, will throw 30 interceptions.
Right. I'm just saying, if you can get him for, I don't know when Jones would be back, like December of next year.
Oh, no. I'd rather start Pete Brosmer.
No, I'm saying, but this is one where you look at the backups and say, okay, what backup can we pick from another team?
I got an answer.
And give you can you give me 1 year? And if it works, we're great. If it works, you found Sam Darnold.
Okay, let me close it out with this one here.
David is just.
Who you got?
I said I would go for Mac Jones. And if
I think he's going to go for more money.
Fine. Then I go for Kyler Murray. It's a ready-made situation. The Cardinals will, quote, give him away to get the money off the books.
What's the Daniel? He doesn't have a long contract.
No.
Oh, okay.
They paid him in sandwiches.
Never mind. Yeah, go for Mac Jones.
David?
Last thing here, Tyler Shuck, they pulled off the upset against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Is he earning his shot to be the starter next year full-time?
I mean, if you're the Saints, just try building around him, because this is another place where quarterbacks go to die.
He said it all. That was perfectly stated.
That is in football today.
All right, 5 o'clock. We'll see if we can get you guys home safely here. I do have a Tarek Skubal trade proposal, but I'm going to save that for a second. We'll take some of these Bears calls. Are the Bears, are they on your radar now? Like, they're not going to collapse. That game's going to be difficult. Or, I don't know, do you think they're fake? We'll get those calls in a second. I want to play this Scott Harris audio. He spoke on MLB Network. It's the winter meetings. Phillies have signed Kyle Schwarber. Dodgers, again, it's turning into parody at this point. Dodgers have signed Edwin Diaz. Why? Because the money's not real. Tigers have done nothing unless you consider a $7 million expenditure on a guy who's been in Korea for 3 years named Drew Anderson. Sick. So, what's the deal? He was asked about Tarek Skubal. And, hey, how do you really take the window of opportunity and run with it with Tarek Skubal? Like, how do you maximize that window? Scott Harris, in our view, and to the view of many of you, had a disastrous press engagement. He was talking out of all three sides of his mouth, if that's a thing. Yeah. He looked ill-prepared, and I'm just going to let his words do the talking. So he was asked on MLB Network. Let's play the first clip, David. Go ahead. Yikes. I mean, first of all, the whole pimping of the playoffs thing as if that was your plan 2 years ago. No, you got lucky. You got a Disney movie. And last year, I don't know how much I'd be pimping, blowing a 15.5 game lead and needing to creep in. But so be it. A credible chance to win the World Series? On what planet? On what planet did you have a credible shot to win the World Series?
Yeah, because this is where I would say, okay, Scott, you need to tell me how this team is built to take out the Dodgers in a 7-game series. Because let's just be real. That's who you're chasing. If the answer is, well, yeah.
Then he goes into, there were 25 other people too. Well, Scott, one problem. Look at your record when Skubal pitches. Look at your record when he doesn't. Mm-hmm. Actually, he's the guy. So that was clip one. Now, much like us, the hosts of MLB Network were not satisfied with that answer. In fact, they were a little bit indignant, and they were like, no, seriously, you have the best pitcher on the planet. Like, are you going to make a run at this? Yeah. Listen to what he does next. Yikes. So you don't believe in untouchables. Cutscene, the deadline, where anyone with a brain who reported on this said you were impossible to deal with because you weren't willing to give up much of anything. That means players are not gettable. So which is it? Now, if your answer to are you going to maximize the Skubal window is there are no untouchable players, if you're preparing to trade Tarek Skubal, and offer people Drew Anderson, then I wish you good luck. Because if that's the offseason, that's a disaster. Now, if you keep Skubal and you follow the Rico plan of responsibly going all in, it's not the Red Sox who get Bo Bichette, it's you. And you get a high leverage reliever and you sign a real starter, then it's different. Then it's okay. I see what they're doing. But the worst angle of all this is you keep Skubal, do nothing. So I'd like to know your stance, because here's the other thing. You go, well, how do you know they're going to do nothing? Scott Harris, in his own words, said at the winter meetings, most of the improvement from this team offensively will come from within. We don't want to block our young guys. What? We're still doing this? We're still talking about blocking guys? Let me ask you a question.
Even though you just did at second.
Well, right. So you blocked McGonigal at second, meaning McGonigal will have to play short or third, right? So how would it be any different if you added the right-handed bat we all needed? Which, by the way, the most dishonest thing in the world is what Scott Harris did, was talking about Gleyber like he's a major acquisition. You needed Gleyber plus. He talked about Gleyber like he's Manny Ramirez in his prime. So let me offer you this, and I'll throw you the number. Guys, what do you make of it? Does that give you the warm and fuzzies? Does it make you feel like they're going to really surround Skubal and spend money? Doesn't.
No.
And what have we said on this show? Let the offseason happen, and if you want to call Chris Ilitch cheap, you want to hammer Scott Harris, go for it. But this offseason would determine it. What we've read, the quotes, heard of the quotes, it sounds like BAU, business as usual. We're going to find a bunch of tryhards. We're going to find a bunch of cheap Lethal Weapon 3 DVDs, and this is what we're offering you.
We're going to hope that we can run this back and have a miracle season 3 years in a row, and we'll make the playoffs and get to the second round and lose again.
The issue I take with this is the Tigers are operating in a fantasy land, because this division is so unnaturally awful that it's not representative. The record you produce is not representative of it, because the division is such garbage. You can get fat and happy on 4 poverty-stricken teams, and it's not real. That's not like if you produce the same record in the AL East or even the AL West or the NL West or the NL Central. It's not the same. So that's my problem. They're almost seducing fans into thinking that these are we've had major success. At doing what? Beating up homeless people? That's what beating the White Sox, the Twins, the Royals, and the Guardians are. And by the way, you didn't even win this division. Nope. So here's what a Skubal trade looks like, if you want to go down this path. And it's Skubal to the Mets. Shocking. You would get back Jet Williams, who's basically like a 4-foot-tall middle infielder. He's literally like 5'7". Jonah Tong, Brendan Sprout. Now, both of those guys are MLB-ready arms. And Jack Wenninger. On the whole, Jet Williams, I think, is their number 2 overall prospect. And then Jonah Tong and Sprout are somewhere in that 4, 5, 6 range. Okay? Wenninger doesn't hit the top 10. You show that to your fan base. And don't go out and sign a bunch of people, make some bold trades, make this team better. How are you selling seats? That's why I don't think he's got the guts to trade Skubal. That's why I think they'll do the most dishonest thing. They'll keep him, do nothing around him. Look over here at the bright light. We kept Skubal, all while reaching in your pocket with the other hand.
Yep, we're going to ride him till the wheels fall off, and then after he leaves, you're praying to God there's a work stoppage. And by the time you come back, people will have forgotten. Oh, yeah, wasn't he a Tiger?
Now, if you disagree with that stance that Rico and I have, then how do you read it? You tell us. Phone lines are wide open. 248-539-9797. But that was a disastrous interview. And the quotes that came out of what wasn't on camera, not much better.
I like the fact that they just kept pressing him like, no, seriously. What are you going to do?
I love how he says it's a hard question to answer. No, it's not.
It's really not.
No, we're going to do everything in our power to put the best team out there we can around Tarek, because our best chance to win is with Tarek. Full stop.
Yeah. It's like, do you have a PR department? Do you have anybody who can coach you on what to say?
That was pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. We'll get the people coming up next. Look, you want to upgrade your home for the holidays? TV, sound, smart home? Paulson's has got you covered. Go see Paulson's Audio Video. The showroom in Farmington Hills, December, perfect time. Refresh that entertainment system. And they have incredible year-end pricing on TVs, speakers, home tech, you name it. At Paulson's, you're not buying the box. You're getting the full experience. Dedicated service department, better products, better prices. That's how they've been best in class since 1991. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. Just call 248-553-4100 or go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. David, ticket text. Get to the calls in a second. All things Scott Harris press engagement at the winter meetings. I've given you what a Scooble deal could look like. Again, I just, if Harris, from the very beginning, what have I said to you guys? This dude is not trying. Any success is accidental, largely. That's what that Pixar movie was 2 years ago, okay? And I have a hard time calling this past season a success. It was an outright collapse. His plan was always 2027-28.
Yep.
And his blessed farm system. Well, the point is, when your rebuild goes faster. You have to evolve with it. I'm not hearing that in these quotes. So I find that bothersome. So, David.
So if Harris sincerely believes his own words, then we are in real trouble with the Scooble situation, and it will absolutely not be handled correctly.
What's correctly, though? See, they don't say it.
No, they don't.
What's correctly?
It sounds like that person's leaning towards keeping him.
Well, I mean, there's been no indication you've made a legitimate offer. None.
Scott can't say we're betting on these young kids and then say in the same sentence they might get to come up. Quit being cheap. Once they trade Scooble, I'm convinced we are the Kansas City Royals. We are the Oakland A's. We will never be the Yankees or the Dodgers. We are small market.
Yeah, but you don't need to be the Yankees or the Dodgers. Listen, if you carried the Red Sox payroll of the last few years and obviously spent your money a little wiser in that 160 to 170, 180 range, that's all you need. No one's asking for 330 and 375 respectively. We're not even asking for the Blue Jays at 250. But the idea that you're not going to make a major acquisition, see, here's my problem. You want to get out there and pimp the playoff deal, then how do you also not add to your roster? And I know what he's going to say. Well, that requires we'd have to take a highly productive player out of the lineup. Man, please. There's a reason you collapsed 2 years in a row offensively.
See, and that's why I laughed again when we played the audio there at the top of the hour, because he says within that cut that we put the best team out there. No, you didn't put the best team out there. We had a lack of bats. That's not the best.
Let's go to Dre in Southfield, 97.1. Dre, what's going on?
Not much. You guys are depressing me a little bit, but it's okay.
That's not intentional. That's just the news of the day.
I know. I'll hit on the Tigers, and I would love to kind of get my quick comments on the Bears thing, too. But I'll start with the Tigers. With Scott Harris, I've called a couple times about this when he comes up in the off-season move. Ideally speaking, I want them to build around Scooble and try to go and win this thing because their best shot, obviously, is with him, one of the better pitchers in baseball. You have a better chance, 1 out of 5, pretty much to win. It's the best shot. But I know it's not going to happen. So I'm like, okay, well, if you're going to really do this whole long play thing, then I want you to stand on business and do that. Don't play this middle ground. Go ahead and trade Scooble and deal with the fallout of the fan base. Stick to your guns. Deal with that ballpark now being packed because we're not interested because you're not ready yet. And actually stick to your guns.
Yes.
Don't play with us and keep Scooble and act like, we're trying to win. No, you're not.
Dre, you're nailing it. As you said it, like stand on business or whatever you said. Go out and say straight up, we were not going to pay a pitcher $400 million. Our idea is it takes all 25 guys, and with the trade I've just made, we are giving ourselves the farm system balance and the pitching depth necessary to continue to deliver winning baseball to Detroit. Say it. Deal with it. Don't do this crap.
Yeah, it's insulting. It's insulting to us as a fan base, and actually I would respect him more, actually, if he just said that. Like, you know what? We see what's going on at the Major League roster in the present time, but it hasn't altered what we want to do. I had an initial plan, even though I think this is fugazi, by the way, but I had an initial plan when I took this job of how I want to build this organization, and I'm not deterred from it.
Yeah, or come out and say the obvious. Come out and say, you know what? As much as I'd love to tell you we could spend with the Dodgers, we can't. And in order for me to beat the Dodgers at their own game, there's a very specific way we need to do it. Say it. Yep. But don't give me that golden corral of words.
Yeah. And can I say one quick thing about the Bears?
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, man, it's given a Week 18 play-in game, because that's the scenario we're talking about here. I mean, would I pick the Lions to have a slight edge? Probably still, because I think that's an experience thing. That's a lot.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
That's a proving ground. That's Caleb having to, as a franchise quarterback at home, having to clinch a playoff spot. That's a lot of pressure. He hasn't been there. So, I would give the Lions a slight edge, even though the Bears are playing really good football. Now, in terms of the future prospects.
Hold on, Drake. I'll let you finish that. But you also have to – you're playing Chicago. It could be flexed to a night game. So imagine you're playing right now, how the weather is right now, Jared Goff, cold weather in Chicago. Still feel the same way?
Well, I would if 2020, and granted, some things are different, not the same offensive line, but I think there's more talent overall. In 2023, in 22, I'm sorry, we had a similar situation, actually with less on the line at Green Bay. And I've seen Jared Goff, even though most of the time he does struggle in the cold, I've seen him come through in the cold. I was able to have a moment when I could see this team do that. So,
fair.
When I feel great about it, no, Rico, no, I'm not going to lie to you and say I feel great about it. But do I think they have the infrastructure to the culture and like you said, the dogs like Amon-Ra St. Brown to power themselves through and get that done? I do. But it's not ideal. Now, in terms of the division outlook going forward, just the way this game works, man, like it's really tough for 4 teams in the division to all be good at the same time, just due to the physical nature of the game. Something's going to happen. Someone's going to regress. You saw with the Vikings and their quarterback situation. So, who knows what the Packers cap situation is going to be like now that they signed Michael Cassett deal. Same thing with the Lions. So, look, I don't know what's going to happen in the next year or two, but I don't think it's going to necessarily look like this. The NFC West right now is an anomaly too. I mean, look at that. You got 3 teams there are 9-win teams and 1 trash team in the Cardinals. That's an anomaly. So, that doesn't normally happen like that. So I'm just talking about stats and odds, and something's going to shake out differently in the next couple of years. But what the Lions struggle with is that the reason why the Bills and the Chiefs and the Bengals will, if they get out there, they can protect Burrow, they don't have a unicorn at quarterback. So it can extend that window and allow you to kind of flex your roster and change it over time while staying in contention without bottoming out. It's kind of hard to do that with a very solid quarterback like Jared Goff, but he's not a unicorn, and so I don't know exactly how Bradholm has to do it, but I am in full support of it. We got to trade some of these core guys outside of untouchables like Sewell and St. Brown to rebuild the core of this team, which is offensive line or defensive line. Did I think they need to visit that?
I think all they need to, Dre, they just have to have a philosophical change. They have to stop devaluing defensive line and pass rush.
Bingo.
That's it. I don't need to talk about trades. Just stop being hard-headed. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Phil.
I am really getting sick and tired of listening to Scott Harris speak every time because he's blinded by their fake success. And when I say fake success, I mean beating up on the bad teams, but not really doing a whole lot against the good teams. Last year I was reading a stat, and I'm sorry, I can't remember where at the moment, but their record against teams above 500 was not very good at all. As a matter of fact, it was below 500. So how do you expect to contend with those people and to say that, the roster is fantastic,
Look at the record look at the record the last 2 years when Skubal pitches and when he doesn't. To act like this is anything other than Skubal carrying the entire franchise to anything above 500, it's a ridiculous premise. Skubal he's the unicorn. He's the difference maker. He makes you feel every 5th day you feel unbeatable. It's the only reason you're confident in the playoffs. So if you're not going to keep that guy, stand on it. Say it. Tell us why. And when you make that trade, tell us why. But if they keep him, Phil, and they don't put anything around him, that makes no sense to me at all.
None whatsoever.
I agree. And to say that there's a handful of players I can think of right now that should be easily replaceable with even, middle of the road guys. We've got some bottom feeders on the team, especially when it comes to offensive production, that should be easily replaced, and you don't have to break the bank to do it. Not signing star players, but just
how about this, Phil?
Guys.
This is the point we get back to. Trades. See, this is the other part of being a president of baseball ops. You don't get to just draft and sell hope in 2028. What's your free agent track record? What's your trading track record? Him in free agency has been a debacle.
Yeah. It's almost like homes and trades.
And I love the fact he's got confidence in his farm system. And I sure as hell hope you end up finding this, immediate Mike Trout guy or immediate success of, but that's so rare. The idea is trade what's non-essential to bring in players with term on team-friendly deals that whether the CBA dies or not and there's baseball or 27 or not, you're okay. Why do you think I was screaming to the mountaintops about going and getting Yohan Duran or Griffin Jacks? 3 years of team control, cheap. Yeah. They're less than 30 cents on the dollar what Edwin Diaz is making. They're yours. You have them now into relative eternity. Go do that. But see, he doesn't strike me that he's got the chops to do it. No. He doesn't want to start the clock, and he doesn't want the accountability.
No. You just hit upon it right there. If you start the clock too soon, by waiting until 2027 with the kids, it's job security.
Plus, think about what Trading Scooble does. That's a scarlet letter you have to wear, right, wrong, or otherwise. Mm-hmm. So, again, they just seem so risk-averse. Ken Rosenthal said this in an interview yesterday. The Tigers are like strikingly risk-averse. So then what is the point?
The point is to be good, not great, for a long time.
Sounds awesome. Where's that brochure?
It's, you know what? It's right there. If you go look at the Joe Louis fist, it's etched on his knuckles. Just be good, not great.
Maybe that's what they could remember. Remember the old whale mural? Mm-hmm. Just paint it with the words, be good enough for long enough.
And you see it when you go to the ballpark.
That's
it's
it.
Right there.
That's what should be right there.
Right. Good, Detroit. Good, not great.
Letting good be the enemy of great since 1680 or whatever the hell this city was founded. I quit. Take him to church, please.
All right, the NBA season is back, and Fanatics Sportsbook is already running straight up championship book plays. Here's the deal. You guys heard me talk about the fan cash. And remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning 10% fan cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, don't worry about it. You're still scoring fan cash. And that's something that you can unlock real value with. You can flip it into authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatic events with NBA legends. But that's not their only play. Because, as listeners know, where other sportsbooks let injuries box you out, Fanatics Fair Play protects all bets from first-half injuries across pro football and pro basketball. So if your player goes out with an injury, Fanatics Sportsbook keeps your bet in play. Make the switch and get more ways to win with Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning, it hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You know, we may need to get the Jameis Duval in there. I like that one.
I'm happy to add that to the collection. I am. I like him as a backup.
Yeah.
Your idea, him as a starter.
I said for a year.
I need to have you drug tested.
No. For 1 year.
One game.
Okay.
Carry on.
Whatever.
What do you want to know?
Let's talk some college. Your favorite sport, college football. Before we get to the college football playoff questions I have for you for 9 of the 12 teams who could possibly win it all, let's start off with Notre Dame, the team that got left out.
Yes.
Notre Dame athletic director Pete Bavacqua basically said he didn't like some of the tactics that the ACC did. And in an interview, he said, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they've done certain permanent damage between the conference and Notre Dame. If you're Notre Dame, what are we doing here? Are you coming to a kind of a breakup? Because it's not really it's not a divorce because you guys aren't together. What?
I mean, it's simple. So Notre Dame liked it as long as they could just pimp into eternity. Hey, we're not going to join your conference. You're just going to be our hoe. So we're going to sign this deal, and we'll pimp you out and play 4 of your Rudy Poo little teams. And, we're still not going to join your conference. But the conference, the hoe in this instance, has rights. The ACC needed to get Miami in. They had to take care of their constituents. Right. And Notre Dame's sitting here like,
the ACC wasn't willing to spend the day after Thanksgiving with you.
Pimps and hoes. That's all this.
They didn't want the day after Valentine's. They wanted actual Valentine's Day.
I mean, this Bobby Bevilacqua's got a real pendulous set on him.
They've gone full Karen, Mike.
They have. They have gone crazy plain lady.
Yeah, they want to speak to the manager.
There's a colonial era woman churning butter on the wing. They are. Dude, Notre Dame is wild. Yeah, you're right. They've hurt the business relationship. You know what I would say if I were the ACC? Cool, tear up the deal. We're not scheduling you.
And that was my next question. If you're the ACC,
done.
Do you answer to this? Or?
They can go find a different pimp. They don't like the way Don Juan's treating them anymore. No, this is ridiculous. I wouldn't play him. You know what should happen right now? Nobody play Notre Dame. And then see how fast Notre Dame comes running to join a conference. I've never understood why people continue to platform these idiots.
Because it's Notre Dame, because, yeah. It makes no sense, Mike.
When you finish a sentence and it ends in yeah, that's not a convincing point.
No, because it's an argument that has been around for the last 40 years.
You go, because it's Notre Dame and yeah, I'm like, no.
Yeah, but it is. It's for 40 years, people have been asking that question. And in the end, people line up to play Notre Dame.
I know, and I don't know why. Like when Notre Dame turned the Big Ten down, as much as I enjoy playing Notre Dame for historical purposes, the Big Ten's power flex would have been cool. This is circa 99. Mm-hmm. You don't play Michigan. You don't play Michigan State. You don't play Ohio State. You don't play Northwestern. You don't play Purdue.
You know what? Notre Dame is like that ultimate salesman who could just make you feel special. Like, look. I don't want to play in the Big Ten, but you know what? You're better than the Big Ten.
Can we hire that person at Odyssey?
I just want to play you because, we don't need to split money with the Big Ten. You and I. This is all that matters.
Next.
All right. Let's go to 9 of the teams because I don't think the last 3 teams have a chance at winning the college football playoff. So we're just going to start with Alabama. Sorry, Paul, but I don't believe Miami has a chance to win. So I'm not going to start with Miami.
You don't even have they're only a 3.5-point dog against A&M.
You can go to Miami.
I mean, Paul Serra is here as a guy born and bred in Florida, a Miami loyalist. He's not one of these fly-by-night Miami fans.
Okay, well, Paul, here's what
Who are we kidding? They have no chance.
I know.
Next.
Why Miami will win? Football is an efficiency game. Why Miami will lose?
Mario Cristobal?
Why Miami will win would be their front four. It's a ferocious defensive line. Why they will lose? Carson Beck away from home is a different bird. And
Mario Cristobal.
Cristobal's poopy pants.
All right. Let's go to number 9, Alabama. Why they will win? They are battle tested. They're Alabama, for God's sake. While they'll lose?
Ty Simpson's back.
They haven't looked like a playoff team since week 8.
No, Ty Simpson's back. He doesn't look healthy. They can't run the ball, and they don't stop the run. Other than that, how's the play, Miss Lincoln?
David?
Those are just facts.
No. That's
the Ty Simpson back thing is not a fact, but if you watch him play, something's wrong. Ty Simpson throws it. His accuracy's been going downhill for 5 weeks.
okay. Let's go to Oklahoma. Why they will win it all?
John Mateer.
They got the best defense in the country. Well,
I wouldn't go that far.
One. While they would lose it all, while they won't win, they can't score.
Correct.
So,
See, and that's why I would say one, they can win. Why? Is because of Mateer, because they have a month to prepare, basically.
You have to have the unicorn be a unicorn.
Yes, correct.
Along to Rico's point, the front four I really like. Linebacker level I really like. Secondary, they can be had.
all right, let's go to A&M. Mike, why can they win it all?
They have all the pieces. I mean, between Concepcion and Shavers and Marcel Reed, you've got the running backs. Defensively, they've gotten a lot better. They're a really good football team. If you wanted a long shot, I'd pick A&M.
And, yeah, they
Why won't they? Because they're a creepy cult who hasn't won a conference in 40 years.
I was going to say the reason why they won't, they peak too soon.
And they dress up like milkmen and do weird chants.
It is a weird chant. The milkman. Yes. That they do look like milkmen.
That's a weird crew.
It is. All right.
Next.
All right, let's go to the number 6 team. Your boy, Ole Miss Rebels. Why they will win? Vengeance. Coach is gone. Us versus the world.
Okay. That's like when you finish a sentence with yeah. That is not a reason. No. That is not a reason. Say Trinidad Chambliss. Say something.
Okay.
Don't offer me vengeance.
And quarterback play. Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah.
Why they will lose?
Because they're Ole Miss.
Run defense.
That too.
Yeah. Pass defense is okay, but the run defense, no.
Yeah, they're good. I just don't think they're great.
And, revenge factor. It's gone. Oregon Ducks, quack, quack. Why they will win? Big plays, and they can force 3 and outs. While they will lose?
Because they sponsor Pretty Litter defensively up front.
More disruption is needed.
And they're just, someone is going to line up and hammer the ball, and they don't handle it well. And I don't trust Dante Moore in a big spot. He's come a long way, but he still makes some of those throws, and you go, uh-oh.
All right, let's go with the number 4 team, the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Why they will win it all?
Oil money.
We've talked about it. They got the best front 6 in the country.
It's nasty. And that linebacker's like 30 with 3 kids and married. Rodriguez?
He's got real problems. He's got Pampers to buy.
He's really good. And the D-line, dominant. They don't let you run the football. You just won't gain a yard.
Why they won't? Red zone offense.
Yeah, Baron Morton, the red zone offense. They missed Taj Brooks from last year. It's not the same. Agree.
Georgia Bulldogs.
Oh, boy.
According to ESPN, they will win it all because they are mean again.
They are. They run it, and they stop the run. 2 critical things. And they have just enough when they get it going with Gunnar Stockton. It looks a lot like the Stetson Bennett version. Now, why they won't win? No pass rush. None. They look like Michigan State with cooler uniforms. They have no pass rush.
Also, lack of big plays. All right, let's go to the number 2 team, the Ohio State University, the Buckeyes. Why they will win it all?
Most talented team in America.
Yeah. They are the defending champions, and, they have NFL wide receivers and a safety in Caleb Downs. Why they won't?
Ryan Day will lose his mind.
Yeah,
because he still does it. And I don't trust this kicker as far as you could throw him. How far could you throw a 160-pound person? 4 or 5 feet tops? That's what I trust fielding.
I've always been shocked. Like teams like that, you can't go find a kicker. And people are like, well, you think it's so easy? You're like, yeah, go get somebody off the soccer team and be like, hey, do you want people to actually watch your games? Come play football. All right.
But they have the complete package, and I'm not going to use the Indiana Big Ten Championship game as some referendum that they can't get it done.
No, the reason why they can't is Ryan Day will all of a sudden just do things like that. How they finished the game off on the 3rd and 1, rather than lining up and just trying to get the first down, they're going to do the cutesy play and then kick the field goal instead of, you know what? We're Ohio State. Let's beat Indiana. Let's win this thing. Speaking of Indiana, the Hoosiers. Why they will win it all?
I'd say their defense. I think their defense is just perfect. The zones, simulated pressure, a lot of blitzing, fierce front. They have an NFL corner. They have an NFL linebacker. They have an NFL edge, so something at every level. Rico, they're just so assignment sound.
See, I would say no real weaknesses. Offense, they can score points. Defense, if you want to play a slugfest.
I know, but man, Mendoza's a boner. I'm sorry. The post-game interview, I just had big Kirk Cousins vibes. I couldn't do it. He was one step from sitting in his fancy fire pit and reading a Bible story. I can't do it.
Why they won't win it all. Lack of experience of being there, the pressure, and
I don't buy
FanDuel,
that.
number one.
That's another one of those end of sentence and
points,
rebounds, threes.
No,
assists,
they
you
just
name it.
squared up with
FanDuel's got
OSU.
more
They
betting
were in the
markets.
playoff last year.
But
Indiana
New
has not
customers
had to
get
go through a
$150
gauntlet
in bonus
in the
bets
last
if you're
2
first.
years where they had to play this team followed by this team followed by this team.
Okay. Okay. Mendoza's a goofball.
But I thought the Big Ten was good. They didn't have to go through a goal.
Okay, Jim Costa.
I don't know. Just because the man just didn't swear on TV.
It's not about the swearing. It's about the rehearsed BS. It's about that Eddie Haskell nonsense. Oh, flippity dippity. The Hoosiers are in the playoff.
So if he came out and said boats and hoes, you would have loved him.
I would love him if he'd stop yelling into the camera.
He's very excited. He just won the Big Ten championship.
Take it elsewhere. That's not Big Ten class.
What's Big Ten?
Remember that? Remember when they booed? What was the commish? They booed him and he goes, oh, there's that Big Ten class.
Oh, yeah. Connor Cook didn't bend down to Archie Griffin, and he got booed for that as well.
That
All right.
disrespectful
I know.
bastard.
That's your college football blitz. 97-1.
All right. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Rieger's joining us as he plugs in. David, any ticket text to finish the day? What would you say the final percentages were on the Scott Harris stuff? Would you say 60-40, 70-30, 80-20? The angst versus defenders.
I mean, I'm not being dramatic when I say this. I really think it was 90-10. Like, I don't, it was not too many that were like, I understand what he's saying. I get it. It's more, I can't believe he said that.
Thank you, David. You're doing the Lord's work. You really are. Rieger, how you doing, buddy? Welcome.
What's going on, guys? How are we?
Super.
Was that was a kazoo I just heard?
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, so what are we talking about? Tarek Skubal? Scott Harris? My God.
That was a bad media engagement. He just did a bad job. He was all over the place. It was contradictory. And it doesn't provide a lot of hope that the team will make moves to get substantially better. And it still feels like this whole wait for the kids routine. So on one hand, you want to pimp your playoffs, but then on the next, you want to just delay. It's uninspiring.
I mean, on one hand, you want to say we don't want to block the kids, but on the other hand,
you block the kids with Gleyber Torres.
Takes the qualifying
and
offer
the best part
and you block
is
the kid.
It shows you the folly of blocking players. Yeah, guess what? If McGonagall's good enough, he'll play shorter third, even though he's probably a second baseman. If he's good enough, you'll get him in the lineup. That's what real franchises do.
I mean, doesn't it just seem like Scott Harris, and we're going to talk about this at 6 o'clock, it just seems like he might be in the wrong line of business. I'm not saying he's not bright. I'm not saying he can't scout. But to make these moves, he has, I think, the move of his career just dropped in his lap.
That's why he's not going to do it.
He better get it right. Well, if he doesn't do it, let's say he holds on to Skubal, but he already probably said he's not going to add no external offensive pieces.
If they keep Skubal without adding, that's the worst case scenario.
Well, that's a blunder. And he will forever be judged on that.
You got to trade him or keep him and sign people.
Right.
Because signing him is off the table, clearly.
Of course. And I think we all understand that. But I guess my point is, do you really trust him to get this right? And this is the biggest move that could set an organization back for a long time. And it's this guy who hasn't proven anything yet, but he'll tell you he's made the playoffs.
Yeah, I know, but that's why I would have traded him. Because I need to get some pitching depth. I need to try to move this thing forward. I can't punt the season. Plus, look, they came out today with their ticket deal.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, try selling tickets if you trade Skubal and the best. What are you going to do? Put Drew Anderson on the season tickets?
Drew. That's a big signing, Michael. 1 year, $7 million. Hasn't pitched in the big since 2024. Those are the freaking signings that Scott Harris does, though. I have a list. I'm going to go over the moves that Scott Harris has made. Ken Rosenthal called them risk averse. I think he's right. So we'll do that.
Rico.
It's ridiculous.
Hey, how amped are you for U of M tonight?
I'm going to watch. It's a big game. I'm going to be doing a radio show. I want to see them bludgeon them.
What if they've put together a super team?
I want to believe it.
No, I'm saying it's only attainable during the portal era.
Yeah.
Well, what if they got everything right? What if they are the 91 or 90 UNLV running or even a couple of years ago? What if they are Gonzaga? What if they're big Baylor team, the UConn dump truck?
Yeah.
What if they've just assembled this thing right?
Okay, but you got to
Jeff,
see.
this is your dream.
And I agree, but I'm going to pump the brakes because I need to see more. I remember Beeline starting 17-0. They went to Atlantis.
All right, hold on.
They destroyed teams.
Rico, watch this. Jeff, let's speak a language he understands. What's it like? You're going to play Villanova, 7-1, maybe a decent
15.5 point favorites.
17.5.
Oh, it's up to 17.
Come on.
Yeah.
You going to head down to Chrysler?
No, I got to be on the radio.
Tickets are available.
I think that's where Wojo is. He's not showing up today.
They sold out tonight?
Yeah, that's right.
They put out a big to-do.
Just stop with all that nonsense, you cute little Sparties. I don't care.
Rieger, Michigan put out a thing saying this game is sold out.
No. Here's my dream. You want to know my dream? This is great. This is fantastic. Here's my dream.
Let me hear.
Here's my dream. Michigan goes to East Lansing and just beats you bastards by 40 and then rubs their butts on the Block S like the Fab Five did.
It's possible.
That would be fantastic.
Anything's possible.
That's what I want. That's what I desperately want.
Okay.
Yes.
Or what if on senior day, your senior day, they come and kiss your floor because they beat you so badly?
You think Michigan State's going to beat Michigan?
I said, what if on your senior day they beat you so badly?
I'm not worried about
it. They go and kiss the Block M.
Not worried about it.
I have no answer to your question. I got to see more of Michigan State and Michigan. I mean,
yes.
I no disrespect.
Well, Doug Hirsch said when they meet, one's going to be 21-0, the other's going to be 20-1.
Okay, I think that's a little much.
That's probably a little. That's probably a little much.
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow. This gentleman is next. He has a lot of preparation. Give him your time. It's worth it. 97.1.